number 74.
And there was a resumption of debate on the motion of thanks moved by Mapatizia Member of Parliament Imelda Munashabantu that the thanks of this Assembly be recorded for the exposition of public policy contained in His Excellency the President's speech and the President's address on 24th February 2023 to the House. And it being 1840 hours, the Honorable Madam Speaker interrupted proceedings and debate on the motion stood adjourned, and the House adjourned accordingly at 1841. And for now, we take a short break. When we come back, we give you what is on the order paper for today.
Welcome back. Thank you for joining us as we now await the resumption of business at 09 hours. Time now to look at business that is going to be considered on the floor of the House today, Friday, 3rd March 2023. We'll have Her Honor the Vice President's question time, a 45-minute segment that does accord members of Parliament to ask Her Honor the Vice President questions without notice.
After Her Honor the Vice President's question time, there are two questions that are coming for consideration under Standing Order 74, and the first question is expected to come from Ron Member of Parliament, Mr. George Buye, and he wants to find out from the Minister of Water Development and Sanitation when Kafubu Water and Sanitation Company will rehabilitate the sewer system in Ron and Patamatu Township in Ron Parliamentary Constituency, and the B part of the question, why the company has continued to charge sewer fees when the sewer system is non-functional.
And question 183 will come from Mr. Miutu of Kalabo Central to ask the Minister of Agriculture whether the government has any plans to improve production of the following crops in Kalabo district, that's cassava, millet, sorghum, and rice. If so, what the specific plans are and when the plans will be implemented. So those are the two questions that are coming up for consideration on the floor of the House.
And the motion of thanks is expected to continue with Mr. Simunji, and he was the last person to speak yesterday before business was interrupted. So Mr. Simunji, Member of Parliament for Nalikwanda, is expected to continue debate when the House resumes sitting this morning. So this is what is on the order paper for today, as we have actually given it to you. And right now we go to the floor of the House, and the members of Parliament are actually preparing for the sitting of the House as we await the Honourable Madam Speaker's procession to come in.
All right, so would urge you to stay tuned right here. Remember, we have Honor the Vice President's question time, two questions for all understanding order number 74, and resumption of debate on His Excellency the President's address. A motion that was moved by Mapatizia MP, Mr. Imelda Munashabantu, and seconded by Kantanshi MP, Mr. Anthony Mumba. As you may recall, the President was here in the House last week on Friday the 28th. He did address the House and the nation at large on the progress that has been made in the application of national values and principles. So currently, members of Parliament are debating the presidential speech, so that will come on a little later. Just now, we leave you with live pictures from the chamber as we await the Speaker's procession, as you can see on your screen. Stay tuned right here on the only station that brings Parliament closer to you.
Honorable members of Parliament, Madam Speaker.
Order.
Descendants of Zambia, proud and free, land of wealth and joy in unity, victors in the struggle for us. thee to God. Praise thee, bless our great Zambia, Zambia, Zambia. Green and we stand under the flag of our land. Zambia, praise to thee, O one, strong and free.
Prayer. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to consider with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important responsibilities in this land. Let your blessings descend upon us here in Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Business statement, Her Honor the Vice President.
Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that the House Business Committee met on Thursday, 2nd March 2023 to determine and schedule business of the House for the period 7th to 17th March 2023. Accordingly, the committee resolved to lay before the House the following business for consideration. A. Announcements. The Honorable Madam Speaker may make an announcement to the House on any day when it is necessary to do so. B. Rulings. The Honorable Madam Speaker may render rulings if there will be any. C. Ministerial statements. The ministerial statements hereunder will be rendered. Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development Minister will issue a statement on the matter of tarring of the roads across the country on 7th March 2023. The Minister of Health will issue a statement on the outbreak of typhoid in some parts of Petauke Central. This will be on the 9th of March 2023. Other ministerial statements may be issued if there will be any. D. Motions. The Honorable Member of Bahati will present the following private member's motion. That is, Mr. Chibombwe will present a motion on to restrict auctioning of public assets to Zambians only. This will be on the 15th of March 2023. The debate on the motion of thanks to His Excellency the President's address will continue and conclude on Thursday, 16th March 2023. E. Bills. The bills listed hereunder will be considered. The Zambia Qualifications Authority Bill, National Assembly Bill 17 of 2022. This will be second stage reading, and the date for consideration will be determined. 2, the Anti-Terrorism and Non-Proliferation Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 32 of 2022, second reading stage. The consideration is yet to be determined. F, Parliamentary Committee Reports. The following committee report will be considered. SADC Parliamentary Forum Delegation. This will be a report of the Zambian delegation to the 52nd plenary session of the SADC Parliamentary Forum held in Kinshasa, Democratic Republic of Congo, from the 4th to 11th December 2022. This will be on the 9th of March. H, questions. Her Honor the Vice President's question time. The House shall consider questions without notice during Her Honor the Vice President's question time every Friday in accordance with Standing Order 80 of the National Assembly of Zambia, Standing Orders 2021. 2, questions for oral answer. The Honorable Ministers will respond to 21 questions for oral answer as set out hereunder. The details of the questions are contained in this statement, which will be circulated to all honorable members and other stakeholders. The House may also consider questions of urgent nature if there will be any. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the House Business Committee and in accordance with Standing Order 189-5 of the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders 2021, I have the pleasure to present the business for next 2 weeks to this august House. I thank you, Madam.
Thank you. We move on. Matters of urgent public importance. I see none. Her Honor the Vice President of Her Honor the Vice President's question time. The Leader of Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to ask Her Honor the Vice President a question. Your Honor the Vice President, in the recent past, there's been a scramble, for deals within the UPND leadership, ranging from sugilite, manganese mines, and now fertilizer. I have a newspaper that reads, with a headline that reads, Hichilema stops fertilizer tender. It goes on to say, in there, I don't see positive discrimination for local producers of fertilizer. Well, first of all, it's shocking, Your Honor the Vice President, that the UPND government has this time around started talking about positive discrimination towards the locals. Very strange indeed. However, Your Honor the Vice President, my question is, I would like you to assure the nation that this fertilizer procurement for this year will not add to the long list of questionable transactions and scandal that we have witnessed the past 1 year. We have the long list, Madam Speaker, of questionable transactions and scandal. And this particular one, the fertilizer procurement of this year, does not smell good. I want you to assure the nation, Your Honor the Vice President, that this will not add to the long list of questionable transactions and scandal within the UPND government. I thank you.
Her Honor the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. not easy for me to really say thank you to the leader of, of, of opposition. But indeed, out of courtesy, I'll say thank you. I am struggling, madam, because it has been difficult for me to understand really where he's coming from and where he's going. He is generally a very straight shooter. Now, on this matter, I think it's because he himself is not sure of what he wants to say. Yeah, I think he talks of scandals. I think, colleagues here, you are supposed to praise this government for exposing illegalities, for exposing. I think it is important for people to understand that other people, where my son belonged, were sweeping things under the carpet. This is reality. Let us talk reality here. We do understand what is going on, but we have to go back. Is it that this has just happened? How come that our economy was destroyed with a trail of many wrong things going on? How many people were arrested? I'll talk about Sudlight. The issue of Sudlight is not a new matter in this country. It was going on under the former administration. It is on record that it was going on. It is on record that one minister in charge of a province is said to have stopped it. When you stopped it, very good. But who did you arrest? You only, hear me right. I think, hear me right. English is not my first language, and please, I'm struggling to make a point, Madam Speaker. What I'm saying is, if you stop something, it's because it is happening. You can't stop what is not happening. So, who were involved? Why were they not arrested? The issue, the point I want to make on this matter to the Zambians is that this government is walking the talk. We declared, and some people thought it was a joke, when the president continuously says, when you involve yourself in any illegality, you are on your own. This is walking the talk. Who wants, I think let us get it clear to all of us, who wants to punish their own child unless your principles are stronger than affinity? Unless your principle is stronger than what you think is a relationship. This is what we are doing. This does not mean that there is more illegality during our time. It means we are doing what we said we will do. The president, Madam Speaker, was here just last Friday, and he said clearly he is going to deal, of course, use corruption, but illegality, I can say that, of the past, of the present, and of the future. This means, colleagues here, we are not excused. If we are found wanting, we will be dealt with. And that's what we are doing. Let Zambians see us not as scandalous. There were more scandals that were swept under the carpet. I don't mind being investigated myself if there is an allegation, because that is the way. This is the truth. That is the only way I'll clean myself up.
Order, honorable members, order. Let's give her a chance. You can stop the watch. Let's give her time. Order. Order, honorable members. Order. honorable members, let's also not, we should avoid very heavy questions, because the feedback that you are expecting, our owner is going to give, is also going to be a very big feedback. So let's be specific so that her honor, the Vice President, will also give specific answers. We have a lot of honorable members. I've seen the list here. There is a list here which is, it's quite long. Let's allow a lot of members of Parliament to ask questions. Her honor, the Vice President, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you very much. I am trying to respond because the honorable member raised a number of issues. He actually talked about scandals in procurement. I think that's what he brought out, that there are scandals in procurement. And he refers to a statement that has been made by His Excellency that he has not seen. That is what he cited, whether it's from a newspaper, positive discrimination in the procurement of fertilizer, in the process. Colleagues, this is what we said. It's part of our manifesto. Positive discrimination. That means we want you to grow the industry as Zambians. You have to participate as Zambians. The Zambia Procurement Act has provisions of how you can do that without breaching the law. So we work within the law to ensure if there is any procurement that should go to Zambians by the law, we are a law-abiding government. We will do that. And therefore, for the honorable leader of opposition to say they are questionable procurement, these are indeed procurement to help us as Zambians as we remain in a global village. But charity begins at home. So come on, bid for fertilizer. Thank you.
Thank you. The honorable member for Chinsali.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Her Honor the Vice President, I would like to find out from you, in the contracts which the government is going to undertake to construct the dual carriageway from Lusaka to Ndola, the implication of the recovery that will be gotten from the toll gates by the contractor who will be doing the road implies that the government in effect has borrowed money, which when the contractor will be recovering, then it's like the government is paying back, which in effect we can say that it is a loan. Now, the constitution of the land, Minister, you can't just listen. What's your problem?
Honorable member, can you please focus on your question?
The Minister of Agriculture is a problem. I don't know if he can't just be quiet.
Focus on your question so that you allow other members to ask.
So, Madam Vice President, I wanted to find out, have we complied with the requirement that before we borrow money, we need to bring that for ratification so that it is voted for by this Parliament? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Her Honor the Vice President.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I honestly thank you, the honorable member for Chinsali, for asking this question. I will say a few things, but we may have to come with a comprehensive statement on this matter through the Minister of Infrastructure. But we have said this will be done under PPP. And therefore, government is not borrowing. Because I think this is misleading the people. Government is not borrowing. The contractor is the one who will find the financials. It is not government. Government has a relationship with the contractor. The contractor must have a relationship with a financier. That is how it works. So government cannot come here and start ratifying loans that we have not gotten. Government is not getting a loan from anywhere. We are not getting a loan. Let us not mislead ourselves. Wherever they choose to get a loan, and if that institution has the capacity, it is a loan that is signed between that institution and the contractor. Maybe I didn't understand. But as far as I know, my minister is here. We are not getting a loan. We are not getting a loan. So I don't know. Zambians hear me. Government is not getting a loan. The contractor is getting a loan. And from where it's a negotiation between a financing company and the contractor. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Nalolo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Good morning, Your Honor the Vice President. Your Honor the Vice President, how are the G20 Common Framework Debt Restructuring talks going? Are there any timelines for the conclusion of these debt restructuring talks? I submit, Madam Speaker.
Her Honor the Vice President.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Honorable Member for Nalolo, and thank you for that question. Maybe not fully, maybe I haven't fully understood because we are talking of can you allow him to, G20? Yeah, I don't think that Zambia negotiates with G20. I think this is maybe the understanding. What I know is we work with IMF, creditors, our official creditors. Those, indeed, we have a relationship, and the discussions are going on to try and come to conclusion. I cannot give you timelines, but G20, is it the Paris Club? G20 is another entity that we haven't gone in. There could be individuals who are our creditors. That's a different matter. So I cannot give timelines with an institution that we are not dealing with directly. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Mitete.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Your Honor, the Vice President. The former ruling political party and its leadership have in so many times asked Zambians to forgive them. What sins did they commit that, Madam Speaker, they time in and time out continue asking for forgiveness? Could it be Gasi or the debt or the failure to take Tunda Lukulu Watopa Road or the fire tenders? What really are they asking Zambians to forgive them? They've always asked, but they've never come out in open as to the type of the sin. Your Honor, the Vice President, shed some light. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, it's on. Her Honor, the Vice President.
On me?
Just a minute, Her Honor, the Vice President. Unfortunately, you cannot raise a point of order during the Vice President's question time. It's in the standing orders. That is 142, standing 133. Her Honor, the Vice President will continue.
Thank you. I would like to thank you, Madam, and thank the Honorable Member for Mitete, who asked a question which is very difficult for me to come through. But the question is very clear that the former ruling party members, or is it the party itself, the members have been asking Zambians to forgive them. Now he has said, what sins did they commit? He lists a number of things. That includes the road, Katunda, what road? Or is it fire tenders? Or is it the gas thing? Or is it what? I will start from my own point of view that when you ask for forgiveness, if they do, because that is a very good thing if you ask for forgiveness. But in asking for forgiveness, one must admit that I did something wrong. Because you don't go, I can't be told to say, ask Honorable Kabuswe to forgive me. For what? I am talking of humanity here. I can't ask him to forgive me if I have done nothing. And therefore, if somebody feels it's imperative for them, if you ask for forgiveness, start with admission that we were wrong here, we were wrong here, we were wrong here. We don't need other people to tell you that you are wrong. This is when you start, entrenching yourself in a wrong place. If they have been asking for forgiveness, I think it's through you. I'll also just pose the same question. What was wrong? Why did the Zambians choose to throw them out? I think, colleagues, if you are thinking of ever coming back, you start from there. You start from there. Why? It is introspection time. What did we do wrong? So that you can come at our level, including stopping illegalities. Did you stop? Did we stop corruption? If you didn't, it's time to own up to the Zambians and say, we are asking for forgiveness, not just because we beat people, but because we did also other things. Forgive us. Maybe Zambians can say, let us consider. Then you can be put back on the platform where we will start competing with you. Because we are already there and doing a very good job of fighting corruption, fighting illegalities, stopping cadreism, stopping regionalism, stopping every vice. Thank you very much. Thank you. I think the colleagues have heard. It is an opportunity for them to say sorry with whatever was wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, the Honorable Member for Wacha.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Your Honor, the Vice President. Everything your government is doing now is opposite your campaign promises. During the campaigns, Madam Vice President, you promised the people of Zambia that fuel price will be reduced. Is it reducing? No. Meal prices will be reduced. Are they reducing?
No. Honorable member who is asking the question, you are not at a rally. Order.
Katunda Lukuru wa Toparot.
Order, honorable members. honorable member for Wacha to ask his question. What I'm not comfortable, honorable member, is to engage other members in your question. Can you please be specific? Ask your honor the Vice President your question without involving other members.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The local currency, Madam Speaker, is in trouble. The cost of living for our people, Madam Speaker, it's common knowledge. Even our colleagues from government, on your right side, they know that the cost of living is very high for our people. Madam Speaker of interest, when His Excellency the President of the Republic of Zambia, last Friday, when he sat where you are sitting, 32,000 plus cases of divorce in the country. A very huge number. What has gone wrong? Your Honor, as your government come up with any tools to help in knowing the contributing factors to the high cases of divorce in the country, and if there are any measures put in place to reduce or stop the high numbers of divorce in Zambia. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Can we give time to our honor the Vice President to respond? Her honor the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the honorable member for Wacha. I really see that he is very serious with the question, but maybe we should start with what he premised his question on. He said, all our campaign promises, what is happening is opposite to all our campaign promises. That is a sweeping statement, number one. It is, immediately you say that, Honorable, you make everybody start saying, he hasn't seen this. He has forgotten that even though he's talking about the dollar today, we found it at 23.24. That is a fact. I don't want to be drawn into emotions. This is reality. We are talking of 2021 August. Records are there.
Order. Our timer has stopped working.
It should not stop, madam, because they are making noise.
Yes.
It should run.
Order, honorable members, can we give our honor the Vice President time to respond to that question that was raised by the honorable member for Wacha?
Colleagues. Oh, sorry. We are talking to the Zambians about Zambians, and therefore we must be extremely serious. The answers may... Yeah, Honorable, I was saying you have premised your questions of the cost of living on a very sweeping statement. There is a lot that we have done. There is a lot that we have done in terms of improving the livelihoods of our people. Yeah. Yes, nobody can say the food part is not high. But look at the staple food. Am I? What are you doing? Let the time move.
We lost, sorry about that. We are going to add time, but ICT is busy working on the issue. You can continue, Our Honor the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam. So I was saying, really, that is a sweeping statement because a lot has happened. Yes. What did we, even in the first question that came, we said in our manifesto, we will ensure we promote local industries so that we grow the economy locally. That is something. The road that we were working on, where there have asked questions, that is a score. The free education, madam, is a score. The CDF is a score. I can go on. Yes. Terrorism, stop it, is even arresting people committing illegalities, which was not happening, is a score. And how can you honestly, Honorable, sit and say everything that is happening is the opposite? No. In your town, sir, maybe you don't buy millimil. I will look to the speaker. Honorable, you can buy millimil in Kabwe at 120 today. The same Kabwe colleagues, the same Kabwe during a period like this, during the term of our colleagues, it had gone up to 190. Why do we forget? This is, come on. You know, these are things that we should be looking back and forth. We have talked about, for example, millimil issues here. And today, in Ikabwe, you can find a bag at 120. This is how hardworking this government is to ensure that the lives of our people get better. This is what we are doing. We are working to increase, for example, even electricity. What are you talking about? The load shedding, when solutions from our colleagues was something I can't talk about. We have brought through solutions. So we are working to ensure that we follow our manifesto to the latter. You are found wanting? Don't cry when you are being probed. Don't cry when we are probing civil service. That is why we are here. And we will not cry when we are being probed. That is what we are doing. That's part of the manifesto. So I don't know where you come from, sir, where everything is upside down. Millimil in Kabwe, 120.
The Honorable Member for Bwengwa.
Thank you so much, Honorable Madam Speaker, for giving me this. Honor the Vice President, scared, worried. The part, the PF. I fear a lot that the moment they talk about coming back in power, when I start remembering, okay, if I'm to rewind back, when I remember the issues which happened in this country. Number one, the banning of markets, our market here in Lusaka, and the killing of Samansama, the killing of Kaunda, the killing of Vespa Simuhila, and the killing of so many people, and the gassing of citizens. Their own people who voted for them, they gassed them. Now the very people who gassed the Zambian people, they are saying that they want to come back. Madam, you're one of the Vice President. What message do you have for the Zambian people so that they can never again start thinking again about this same political party PF to bounce back because they committed heinous crimes in this country? Your Honor the Vice President. Your Honor the Vice President.
Order. Are you through, Honorable Member for Bwengwa? Are you done?
Yes, I'm about to conclude. Your Honor the Vice President, kindly advise the people of Zambia, okay, about the criminality, no, about the crimes which the PF committed during their reign of gassing their own people who voted for them, the citizens. Thank you so much.
Order, Honorable questions. Your questions, honorable members, should have some evidence. This, please, hold on. Hold on. Can we have order? We are not asking questions to provoke each other. We are asking questions to the problems that we have. And we want Her Honor the Vice President to give us answers. But now we are moving away. We are making this program like a fight, a battle. The honorable member for Wengwa, your question is not admissible because there is no evidence and the matter hasn't yet been concluded about the gassing. So because of that, we are going to skip that question which has brought a lot of noise. Should we stop this program so that we move forward? Order, I'm going to allow the honorable member for Chienge. We haven't heard the voice from the opposition.
Honorable member for Chienge. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to ask Her Honor a very important question. And this question is going to be asked by the most powerful woman in this parliament. That's the UPND. Whenever I stand up, they shudder. Madam Speaker, through you, I would like to find out from Her Honor and as the leader of business in this house and also as the vice president of this great nation, I would like to find out as to what is this government going to do about a boy child. Madam Speaker, we are all concentrating on a girl child, which is not a wrong thing. But we have issues now. Most of our boy child are failing to get the quality education that we are offering to our girl child. I would like to find out what this new Dawn government will do for our boy child, because most of them are dropping out. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honor the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to thank the honorable member for bringing the tempo here and the tempers down, for coming back to reality. Thank you. Except when this question is a bit difficult for me to handle, because I have to understand what exactly the honorable sees or what the people see as disadvantaging the boy child against the girl child. For a long time, we knew that the girl child was left behind. Now the issue is leaving no one behind. And that our policy does not discriminate against a boy child. So I may have to understand which programs, do you have specific programs that you think are advantaging the girls rather than the boys? Because I think the schools are open. In fact, there are more schools that accept boys than even girls. So I may not give a proper answer unless I know the detail of how the boy child has been neglected for this concern to come about. Otherwise, free education is for everyone. It is not even affirming the girl child. It's for everybody. Skills training are for everybody. So in the education sector, I don't know how we handle the policy to make it non-discriminatory. We want the boys and the girls to all have access to quality education. But we can't give, what do they call that? We can't give a whatever kit to a boy child. He doesn't need that part, you know. I think you do understand as a woman. There are things we give girls, we can't give boys because they are not affected. So what are we giving girls that we are not giving to boys? We need to understand, maybe the Honorable being concerned would come over to my office, we sit with education and we look at it. Because we really must find answers if we have found a problem. For now, it's difficult for me to identify. Thank you, Madam.
The Honorable Member for Kalabo Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, anything that happens is for a reason. The coming in of New Dawn is for a reason. And the phasing out of the former government is also for a reason. Madam Speaker, the coming in, the introduction of grants and loans to women and youths in Zambia. I want our honor to comment on the progress so far. We are in the second year from the time the loans and grants have been implemented. Speaking for the people of Kalabo, Madam Speaker, the grants for 2022 versus 2023. The observation is that the people of Kalabo have warmly accepted the loan scheme for women and youth for 2023. If it had happened that the former governments, I'm not saying former government, all the previous governments had this plan of empowering the women and youths for the past decades, what would have been the position of our women and youths today? Don't know, Madam Speaker, whether the question is clear.
That is the problem of debating the question, but I hope Her Honor the Vice President got something. Her Honor the Vice President, was the question clear? You can go ahead and answer the question.
Thank you. Indeed, there is a time for everything and a purpose. There is a time and a purpose. That is true. So that's why we should fit into the one who gives the time and purpose to do that which he wants. The issue of grants and loans and grants, I think from what I get from the Honorable Member, he says people of Kalabo have accepted this. I can say the entire country has accepted this. Yeah. The issue of loans and grants to women and the youth, indeed, is a very empowering program. It is a program that is meant to reduce poverty, that is meant to change, improve the livelihoods of our people. It is a good program. We may not have done it before under previous administrations, but this is the time for new dawn. And these have come on the fore. We have loans and grants under CDF. It has gone a long way. Oh, honorable members are smiling because they are giving to their people. Because I believe everybody who is here worries, cares about the people in their constituents. So they are able to give those grants and those loans provided for by the government, the New Dawn government. We also have little loans, for example, under small and medium enterprise. That is another component of empowering our people, including Marketeer Booster Program, which goes to empower even just a marketeer that sells tomato to improve You know, companies, big companies grow from small things. Some will grow big out of this facilitation by government. So the ministry, other than CDF, the ministry of SMEs is doing a lot. People are asking for loans. There are, other than Marketeer Booster, there are other smaller loans where people are able to access resources up to the point where we can even start a mechanization starting point in Ilunte, because our members can get tractors, you know, so that our farming where we use hose, we can also start using tractors. To me, for us, for I am not anywhere, I will say for those in the northern province, northern sector, we are hard workers, but hampered by failure to have access to equipment. This is an opportunity. This is an opportunity this government is giving. We encourage our cooperatives to access such things so that we can come out of poverty. That is the importance of this. So it's not only the people of Kalabo. I can tell you the people of Kaputa are smiling. I know the people of Umporokoso are smiling. Even in Siavonga, they are smiling. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Shiwangandu.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Your Honor, the Vice President, your government has continued to lament that you are a government of rule of law. Madam Speaker, matters of procurement are subject to the law. Fertilizer procurement, and I sympathize with the Honorable Minister of Agriculture sitting next to you. Tendering processes are subject to the law.
Can we avoid those running comments? The Honorable Member for Kalulushi, very loud it was. The Honorable Member, you may continue.
So, Madam Speaker, I was saying tender processes of any public procurement in government is subject to the Public Procurement Act. Your Honor, the Vice President, last year we had this issue of contract being cancelled and we ended up receiving fertilizer very late. This year, the Honorable Leader of Opposition pointed to an issue which is also speaking to the cancellation of the tender processes to procure fertilizer. Madam Speaker, the question to our Honor the Vice President is, what law is the President using to engage himself in these procurement processes in the manner he's doing? I thank you.
Her Honor the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam, and I would like to thank the Honorable Member for Shiwangandu for his concern, except to say the New Dawn government is not lamenting about the rule of law. We are actually happy. We want to follow the rule of law. Maybe I didn't understand exactly what the Honorable said. Now, it is in the issue of fertilizer procurement. And the Honorable Member alleges that there is cancellation of the tender process. No, there is no tender process that has been cancelled. The issue of positive discrimination, it is very unfortunate that indeed this house is a political house, we like it or not. And therefore we take things that we are supposed to be happy about in a political manner, and we want to oppose even that which is good. What is the role of a president in the land? What is the role of a president in the land? He is the visionary, to start with, for this time that we are in power. He is the visionary. He is the one who knows where we want to end, and we all help him. He is not interfering in the process. He is simply guiding. that in your processes, can you ensure positive discrimination so that Zambians can also participate? That is not cancellation. Surely I thought my honorable for Shuangand would be happy because it gives him an opportunity. Yeah, the rule of law means that. Because if there was the issue of the rule of law, if this was cancelled, we would be giving reasons why within the rule of law. But it has not been cancelled. So I don't know why we are bringing in whether we have broken the law or not. No, it has not been cancelled, I can assure you, except guidance that as you go on through the processes, ensure you capture a Zambian also. We have to empower Zambians legally in the right way. We have to do it, colleagues. We have to do it, colleagues. Otherwise, who will do it? It is our duty as a government, which includes colleagues on the other side, to ensure we empower Zambians in the processes. Of course, they have to qualify. The president is clear that there are three criteria that you should use. We need quality, isn't it? Yes. Quality. We also need good price, or price issue, and we also need timely delivery. So whether you participate as a Zambian, you must meet these three. That is when you will say, you are making me talk too much, you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will take the last member, the honorable member for Bwana Mkubwa. We only had one independent. The honorable member for Bwana Mkubwa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Honor the Vice President, for the answers you are giving to the questions. Your Honor the Vice President, I just wanted to find out what the government is doing with the scramble for lithium in the country and other minerals to ensure that these funds are channeled in a proper way and our locals, our local investors, the Zambians, they benefit from that effect as well as the economy. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Her Honor the Vice President.
Thank you very much. That's a very important question. Except I will just give a short response here, Madam Speaker, that indeed the scrambling for lithium is there. People want to get benefit out of what God has given Zambia. But remember that this is a new mineral in our country. Government is working to also incorporate it in the new mining policy. And I think we have said here that in this new mining policy, again, there should be positive. It is important that Zambians benefit out of this. So we are trying to put things in order so that people can mine properly. We are not throwing away foreign investment, but Zambians must also be there. This is what we are doing. We are working on it. It's a new mineral, so we are trying to work on it, including pricing, so that Zambians can benefit, and even through the treasury, so that the taxing issues are also involved. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We make progress. I have permitted the Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development to make a ministerial statement. The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Order, honorable members. We want to listen to the ministerial statement in silence.
I would like to thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to address the House and the nation at large on the alleged illegal mining of sugilite in Chembe district of Luapula province. The ministerial statement, Madam Speaker, is being delivered arising from your directive, Madam Speaker, following Honorable Munya Zulu, Member of Parliament for Lumezi, and Honorable Ronald Chitotela, Member of Parliament for Pambashe, respectively, who rose on a matter of urgent public importance directed at the Minister of Mines and Minerals Development. Allow me, Madam Speaker, in the first place to inform the House that sugilite is typically a gem type of manganese which occurs and is associated with manganese deposits. It has a very attractive purple-violet color due to the presence of manganese and is popularly used in jewelry. I therefore wish to confirm to the House that the Ministry is aware of the illegal mining of sugilite in Chembe district of Luapula province. In October 2020, following an application for a large-scale exploration license by Bayan Construction Limited for iron ore and manganese in Chembe district of Luapula province, the Ministry, through the Mining Cadastre Department, granted an exploration license number 27282 HQLEL over an area of 20,000 hectares of land. The license was granted for a period of 4 years, effective 20th October 2020 up to 19th October 2024. During the period of exploration for iron ore and manganese, the company has obtained a decision letter for the environmental project brief from the Zambian Environmental Management Agency, ZEMA, and submitted an environmental impact statement for the proposed development of a large-scale manganese mine in line with conditions stipulated under the license. Following revelations, Madam Speaker, of the presence of illegal mining of sugilite within the licensed area for Bayan Construction Limited, which I alluded to earlier, the Ministry, through the Geological Survey Department, conducted a verification inspection from 10th to 15th February 2022 to ascertain the occurrence of sugilite. The findings revealed that during the exploration by Bayan Construction, there were illegal mining activities of manganese by the surrounding communities, which exposed sugilite mineralization. To prevent the illegal exploitation of the mineral, the Ministry and Bayan Construction, through the Luapula Provincial Administration, facilitated the deployment of Zambia Police Service to provide security to the mine. I wish to inform the House that following the spate of illegal mining activities within the exploration license area for Bayan Construction, the company commenced court action against the illegal mining activities. The company has been granted restraining order to prevent illegal mining activities within its license area. Madam Speaker, allow me to reiterate that the Ministry of Mines and Minerals Development has confirmed the presence of sugilite within the license area of Bayan Construction Limited in Chembe district. Madam Speaker, various reforms are being undertaken to ensure that the mining sector is revitalized through the ongoing implementation of the new National Mineral Resources Development Policy, which was launched last year to fast-track increased productivity for the mining sector in respect of minerals such as copper and other strategic minerals such as nickel, cobalt, lithium, and manganese. Further, my ministry is undertaking institutional reforms which will result in the creation of the Minerals Regulatory Commission to properly regulate the exploration of mineral resources. Madam Speaker, the ministry is also in the process of refining the legal framework, such as the Mines and Minerals Development Act number 11 of 2015 that govern the mining sector, to ensure that the environment is conducive for both foreign and local investments. Local investments have been prioritized as they are critical in the sector to enhance the participation of Zambians in the minerals value chain. As I conclude, Madam Speaker, I wish to assure this august House and the people of Zambia at large that government, under the leadership of His Excellency the President of the Republic of Zambia and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, is committed to ensure that minerals are developed and managed for the benefit of the people of Zambia. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members are now free to ask questions on the points of clarification on the ministerial statement given by the Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development. The Honorable Member Fonkana.
Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Honorable Minister of Mines, you are aware of the challenges Zambia has in getting resources to develop this country. A country that is endowed with so much abundant precious minerals. You are aware, Honorable Minister of Mines, that First President Kaunda protected Lufwanyama because of the emeralds. Now there's sujite, there's gold everywhere. Should Zambia continue to struggle to find resources to develop this country with the abundance of all these precious minerals? What is government intending to do? As I have given an example of what happened in yesteryears in protecting areas that are endowed with precious minerals, is government considering to properly manage these resources vis-a-vis the gold, the sujite, and all these other endowments? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member for Nkana, for that very important question, and I'm glad that this question has been asked. The number one thing that we need to do, Madam Speaker, as a country is to get organized. We are coming from a regime that was in proper disorganization. Now, I want to give you a background so that you know why we are where we are today. There cannot be a future without referring to history. There can never be. The minerals that we are talking about, the gold, the sugilite, everything is in the ground. You have to mine it out. Now you cannot mine in confusion. You cannot mine in court, because most of these licenses were in court. People were fighting. There was no organization. So what we did as the new dawn, being methodical and organized, we structured a new mining policy, Madam Speaker. That will now be a vehicle on how we are going to make our country benefit from these resources. In this policy, Madam Speaker, for the first time, Zambia is going to have regulation within the mining sector by creating the Minerals Commission. As I am giving you this answer, Madam Speaker, our people are seated at the Ministry of Justice trying to finalize the Minerals Commission, which will now be a controller or a regulator of activities. Number two, Madam Speaker. Number two, Madam Speaker. Number two, Madam Speaker. We have done a concept paper on artisanal and small-scale miners to organize them. As I'm talking to you, Madam Speaker, the implementation program, and thanks to the Ministry of Finance, we have been financed now to organize, because for you to get these things, you have to be structured. You have to have an organized system of doing things, and this is what we are doing. This government, Madam Speaker, is very alive to the fact that Zambia is endowed with a lot of mineral wealth. But for us to do it, we have to be structured. We have to do it in a proper way so that Zambians can now begin to benefit from these resources. So these programs are in place, and very soon, Madam Speaker, we will be announcing, for example, their solution on Mopani, because I know that is dear to the heart of the MP Fonkana. The solution on Konkola copper mines. Very soon we'll be announcing that solution, because we want to do it in a structured and organized manner so that Zambians can benefit from these mineral resources. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
There is a point of order by the Leader of Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My point of order is pursuant to Standing Order 44. I could have raised it earlier, Madam Speaker. It's just at the session that we're considering. There are no points of order. There was a question from the honourable member from Mitete, Honourable Mtelo, wondering why the PF has been apologizing to the Zambian people. And I thought that Honourable Vice President was not in a position to provide information. So as Leader of Opposition, Madam Speaker, I'm here to provide information. Standing Order 44.
Order, honorable members, let him finish, then a ruling will be given.
Yes. Yes. So, Madam Speaker, some of the reasons for which we've been apologizing include, Madam Speaker, we left, the cost of fuel was at 17 kwacha for petrol and 15 kwacha for diesel. We thought this was very high. We therefore apologize.
Honorable members.
Madam Speaker, we apologize for the price of milli meal being at 100 kwacha. We thought it was very high.
Please take your seat. You can take your seat. Order, honorable members. Chiengi, honorable member for Chiengi, please lower your voice. Honorable members, we are wasting the people's time. We are wasting the people's time. The people that are listening to this very important program. Today, honorable members, we don't know what is happening. We are using this house to settle differences, which is not supposed to be. And honorable members are supposed to be given permission to stand up and debate. But what we are seeing now is like anybody can stand up and just talk from nowhere. The honorable member, Honorable Mufalali, please. Can we have order? Can we have order? I had given permission to the Leader of Opposition to raise his point of order. Unfortunately, why are you doing my job. Please, I don't need your assistance. Let me do my job as a presiding officer. Let me guide or let me make a ruling. I don't need anybody's assistance. The only people that are supposed to assist are the clerks at the table. But it's like we all want to be presiding officers. We are destroying the decorum of this house. The leader of opposition, the point of order that you raised, you quoted Standing Order number 44, which just speaks about the duties of leader of opposition. But the point of order that you raised, I couldn't even hear it because there was too much noise in the house. I can't even say that the point of order was admissible or not admissible because I couldn't get anything. Can we maintain decorum of this house? Can we behave as honorable members of parliament who are representing your people? They are listening attentively. Give them chance to listen to what is going on in the house. I don't want honorable members to start debating when they are seated. I'm afraid I'll just have to start sending people outside. We have to have decorum in the house. Let's follow the standing orders that are very clear. If you want to talk, you indicate rather than just standing up and making a lot of noise. That is not allowed in this house. The honorable leader of opposition, what is your point of order in summary? You had indicated the standing order.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I think it's important also to note that Article 74 of the Constitution provides for the leader of opposition. Standing Order 44 spells out the duties of a leader of opposition. In this particular case, Madam Speaker, an issue was raised, which issue needed a response from this side, because I honor the Vice President. I'm quoting Standing Order. One of my duties, Madam Speaker, is to provide alternative policy, provide information to government. All I'm doing is providing information, because the question, that's what the Standing Order say.
What is the point of order?
Madam Speaker, the honorable member for Mitete raised a question as to what the PF have been apologizing about. And that information, Madam Speaker, is that when we were leaving power, fuel was at 17 kwacha and 15 kwacha. We apologized because it was too high. The cost of fertilizer was at 650, Madam Speaker. It was too high. That's why we apologized. We also apologized that the stock levels for drugs was over 85%.
That was in here. No, Madam Speaker. We are all not going to bring manifestos in here. No.
Order, honorable members. Order. Order, honorable members. I had just guided the leader of opposition. You brought out a point or an issue that has already been covered. And according to our standing orders, you can use another channel. Order, honorable members, order. Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. I haven't finished my ruling. The leader of opposition will find another channel of raising his matter. if there was an issue that was not adequately covered, because we have already passed that stage. As for the minister who has just walked out, I think, honorable members, we should have already mentioned, I've already talked about it. We need decorum in this house. This is a very dignified house. I think there is a way of airing our grievances. When we are happy, we are not happy. There is a way of doing that. So let us observe what our standing orders is instructing us to do or guiding us to do. So if there's anybody who is not happy with the action of the minister, there is a way. Instead of shouting, there is a way of airing that grievance. Please. We move forward. The Honorable Minister of Mines, did you finish your response? Thank you. We move on. The Honorable Member for Nyimba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, permit me just to tell my colleagues to tone down our tempers as we are finding solutions to our problems in the country. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Mines has got all the solutions for the problems we have in this country financially, the depreciation of the kwacha, all this. The Minister of Mines have the solution. Madam Speaker, if you go around this continent, Africa, especially Southern Africa, you understand that all the legislature they use in mining, whatever we do, you hear that they copied from Zambia. Not that we copied from them, but we are still sitting down to register new rules. Madam Speaker, my question to the Minister is, Minister, we have the story of sugilite, we have lithium. Just lithium we have in this country, in Southern Province and Eastern Province. It's able to pay all our debts within the period of 36 months. Why are we still sitting down, putting up legislatures here and there, which we already have on other minerals? What all we need to do is to add up a word lithium, and everything is done. Namibia copies everything from Zambia. They are way above us. Speaker, Madam Speaker, to the Minister, Minister, why are we wasting time? Why are we wasting time not actualizing the sale and processing of lithium in this country when the whole world, they need lithium? Thank you.
Thank you. Before the Minister comes in, there's a point of order by the Honorable Member for Chinsali. What is your point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to rise on this point of order. Madam Speaker, this point of order is supported by Standing Order number 203, which is conduct of members, which reads that, number 1, a member shall at all times conduct himself or herself in a manner that upholds the dignity, integrity, and decorum of the House. 2, a member shall not act in a manner that brings the House or other members generally into disrepute. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Minister of Information, when she was walking out of the House, number 1, she didn't bow according to how we are supposed to behave as honorable members. Then secondly, she expressed a gesture which was very disrespectful against your office, Madam Speaker, where she did like this. A very disrespectful gesture. Your office and your chair is one that we are supposed to respect at all times, so that we respect the dignity and decorum of this House, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, was she in order to disrespect your office, the one that we respect so much, Madam Speaker? And I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Pardon? Okay. Thank you so much for that point of order. Of course, I saw what happened. I don't know whether it was directed to the office of the Speaker or to somebody. I'll need time to investigate the matter and come back to this House with an informed ruling. Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Madam Speaker, I thank you very much, and thank you, Honorable Member, for that question. I'm not really sure about when the member said legislatures, which we are changing. I am not really getting the meaning, but what I can say is that whenever you want to get anything, you have to be organized, and that's exactly what we are doing. So we are organizing ourselves, and believe you me, watch the space, you see this nation benefiting from its mineral wealth. That's why we have the Ministry of Mines. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Itesteji.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And thank you so much, Minister, for the great efforts you are putting in trying to bring back this ministry to track. My question is with regard to the various reforms that you are making in the ministry. And I know...
Order, we are going to allow the Honorable Member to finish his question. Then we'll come to you, Honorable Minister for Southern Province.
Thank you so much. Perhaps my question is, part of the reforms you are making, Minister, in bringing this ministry back to track is decentralizing the officers of the mining bureaus from the provinces to the districts, one of the priorities. Because what is happening right now, the DCs are not accessible to these conversations because the mining bureau is only at the level of a province. They are not sitting in the districts, and some of the districts that have got mineral wealth, especially the artisanal small-scale minings, we need them to be supported by having these officers. What is the comment on that one, and what are you doing as a ministry to ensure that they get down? Thank you.
It seems we are not making headway because there are a lot of points of order. Even the minister who is responding, sometimes it's like he gets confused as what is going on because he can't even forget the question. If we have a point of order, please let us weigh it. Either can it come as a question to the minister who is still attending to the issues raised in his ministerial statement, instead of using points of orders. And also, let's not use these points of order to debate. Points of orders are raised when there's a breach of procedure. But now we are using these points of order to fight each other. We are wasting people's time. Taxpayers' money. There are so many challenges out there. There are floods. People want food. There are so many of them. Why can't we restrict ourselves to such issues so that we know that the people that sent us here, they are benefiting from us, rather than just talking, raising points of order which are just to fight one another. So because of that, I'm interested in seeing progress. I'm just going to allow the last two for today so that we make progress. The people, they want to listen to what you are presenting here, what you are bringing for them here. They need feedback. They want to hear the solutions that you are coming up from this house, rather than fighting amongst ourselves. It won't help our people. We are wasting taxpayers' money. I will allow the Honorable Minister for Southern Province with his point of order. The last one will be by the Honorable Member for Mpika. That will be the end for today so that we make progress. good progress for the sake of our people. Let's avoid questions or statements that will provoke the other people. We are not here to fight. We are here to present the people. The Honorable Minister of Southern Province, what is your point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity that I rise on what I believe to be a very important point of order. And Madam Speaker, being one of the few senior members of this House who understands the traditions and customs of this august House, I rise on a point of order anchored on the traditions and customs of this House, particularly to do with defending the decorum of this House. Madam Speaker, it is a well-established and trite matter on the floor of this House that the leader of opposition is part of management of this august House and therefore should help in the maintenance of order in this House, and particularly in observing the rules and regulations that govern the conduct of business of this House. And to that extent, he is aware, or ought to be aware, but being leader of the opposition, he is aware that once a matter has been dispatched of, such as the matters arising out of the Vice President's question time, none of us members can rise to bring about issues through a point of order or any other avenue to talk about matters that have already been dispatched as business of the House. Instead, he opted to rise and raise frivolous and vexatious issues, or in an attempt to assume visibility, but incidentally promoting disorder of the highest order on the floor of this House, which is totally uncalled for, especially when you understand the demeanor of the patriotic front, that when they were on your right side, Madam Speaker, and I was here, Madam Speaker.
Order, honorable members. The Honorable Provincial Minister, can you please be focused so that you do not debate your point of order? Just be focused and summarize your point of order.
Madam Speaker, my point of order is anchored on the traditions and customs of this House, practiced here and around the Commonwealth, and some of these new MPs from PF may not understand. So, Madam Speaker, you know that I rarely rise on points of order, but I'm deeply concerned, Madam Speaker, that the demeanor of PF in the ruling party, the disorder and chaos they used to exemplify and exhibit on the floor of this House, even now, Madam Speaker, even now when they have lost the elections and they are supposed to assume a posture of humility, they have exported it to the left.
Order, Honorable Minister. The Honorable Member for Chienge, I did not permit you to debate. Whether he's debating or not, I had guided to say, please don't help me. And then you are supposed to be permitted to speak. So, Honorable Member, can you observe the standing orders? The Honorable Minister of Southern Province. It's like now you are debating, and it will be very difficult for me to make a ruling if it's a debate. A point of order is supposed to be precise. Are you winding up your point of order?
Yes, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my point of order is straightforward. Is the leader of the opposition in order, Madam Speaker, to veer away from the obligation of the mandate of his office to assist you, the presiding officer, maintain the decorum and good order of this House by raising on frivolous and vexatious issues contrary to the rules that are well established and precedent in this House, that him, as a lawyer like myself, is supposed to be obliged to observe in furtherance of the observation of the good conduct of the business of this House. I need your serious ruling, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much. However, Honorable Minister, you have heavily debated your point of order. It was a very important point of order, which I believe, if I remember very well, when I was making a ruling or giving guides to the leader of opposition that you cannot raise a point of order on a matter that has already been covered. However, just to ride on that, it's not only the leader of opposition who is supposed to help the presiding officer, even the whips in this House. They are also supposed to help in maintaining decorum of the House. So the whips, can you please do your work as well? We can move on. The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development. It will come later.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's very interesting in the House today. Thank you, Honorable Member, for that very important question. I want to hasten to say that apart from the reforms that we are doing in parallel, as we are talking, the licensing committee is sitting to give licenses to people so that they go into production. So I want to use the question to make it clear to the House that as we are doing reforms, we have not stopped working or we have not stopped productivity of this country. If you look at the ZRA reports today, there is an increase in benefit from the minerals in Zambia since the new Don assumed office. That shows you that we are on a positive path. So really, yes, we are doing reforms that will now gravitate even to districts through the Mines and Minerals Commission, which is coming, the first of its kind, which will be a regulator. Because as a minister, I cannot be everywhere all the time. And I want to assure you that there will be more capacity built within the Minerals Commission. They will go beyond what the bureaus were doing. The bureaus were just figureheads. They were not even being considered previously. But as ministry, we are now coming up with a commission that will be a stronger force, a stronger regulator to make sure that occurrences of illegal mining are actually lessened.
Order, Honorable Minister. As the time is 10:40 hours, I suspend business for 20 minutes for healthy break.
Good morning. We're coming to you live from the chamber. Business resumes at 11 hours. And earlier on, we did have a ministerial statement by the Minister of Mines and Minerals Development, Honorable Kavuswe. It was on the alleged illegal mining of sugilite in Chembe district, and members of parliament are currently asking follow-up questions to the minister.
And of course, Claudette, Her Honor the Vice President also earlier on indicated the business of the House for the next 2 weeks. And then there was also Her Honor the Vice President's question time.
So just now we'll take a break. Join us in a little while for more details. Meet Miss Jacqueline Sabao, Member of Parliament for Chikankata constituency in the Southern Province under the United Party for National Development UPND. Ms. Sabao is a likable lady and is passionate about her political career. She sits on the Standing Orders Committee and is the Vice Chairperson of the Public Accounts Committee, a role she discharges diligently.
Jacqueline Sabao was born in Kafue on 27 September 1975 at Kafue Mission. My mother was Sarah Mwene from Chikankata. My father was Dave Sabao. But they divorced when I was just 2 years. They left us, me and my siblings. However, I was brought up by a stepdad, Mr. Mvula. From him, we had 2 siblings. We are 4 of us. I'm the firstborn in the family of 3 girls, 1 boy. Unfortunate, at the moment, we are only 2 remaining, me, the firstborn, and our lastborn, the boy. And my parents also died. And then I started my grade 1 school in Chikankata at Kawo Primary School in Chief Naluama. Then I came to Kafue at Nakatete Primary School from grade 3 to grade 7. And I'm very lucky that I was the monitress of that class from grade 3 to grade 7, meaning that's where my leadership skills started from. And then I went to Nawoi Secondary School in Kafue from grade 8 up to grade 12. When I just completed my grade 12, I joined MS Zambia, a Danish volunteering project, as a programs officer. While there, I started my studies at Evelyn Horn College. I did advanced certificate in accounts for 1 year, and then I went to do financial and accounting with the University of Zambia, level 1 and 2. And from there, I joined COMESA headquarters under a program called Management Assistance Program for Youth Empowerment in the COMESA region. I was a programs officer. From there, I met someone, the late Dr. Francis Chigunta. He was my coordinator in one of the projects in renewable energy, which was sponsored by UNIDO. Because of working with him, and he realized something in me, he advised me that you should go and do your degree in development studies. That's how I enrolled with Open University. I did my undergraduate in development studies. From there, I made a decision to go and do my postgraduate diploma in international trade policy in Arusha, TRAPCA. Then I came back. I enrolled for my master's at University of Lusaka in public administration. So I have a master's in public administration with UNLAS. In 2011, I made a decision to work on my own and formed a company called Just Investment Limited. We deal in construction of roads and buildings and general supply, both in private and public sector.
Growing up as a young girl, she always liked to do challenging things. She narrates how at some point she wanted to be a Catholic nun, a decision that was opposed by some of her family members. She instead opted to join politics.
When I was growing up, I liked challenging things, and like you heard, I said I was the monitress of that class, meaning it was a challenging position. But my ambitions, I was a Catholic, alone with my stepfather, but not my mother was Salvation Army. Being a Catholic child, I admired to be a Catholic nun. I thought I had a calling to work for the people. So I wanted to be a Catholic nun from my grade 5 to grade 12. Then my dad died when I was in grade 11. He was the one who was supporting me to do that. But my mother and her family, they never supported me. So after my dad died, I think I had a lot of challenges from my family. They opposed my interests. coming from that background, I said, okay, I'll not continue with this. I'll do something else. I think it's something that made me to think of politics. Of course, I realized that even politics is a calling. Politics is not a prestige position. You need to be humble to make it out there.
Ms. Sabao is married and has 3 children. She pays glowing tribute to her family for supporting her work.
I'm married to Mr. Christopher Habuno. We have 3 children, 3 boys. I only have 3 boys.
I've got 3 boys too.
Yes. It's not easy, meaning a strong woman. Yeah. My major support in my life is my husband. Because if you look at the political side, I think he's been encouraging me. Because before you join politics, what you're supposed to do is to ask your partner, are you going to support me in this? And when they say yes, you go ahead. If they say no, you don't go, because you have a lot of challenges. So I asked him if he could support me. But even the time was meeting me, I was right there. But he continued supporting me. My children, they support me. My immediate family members, they support me.
How big are your children?
My firstborn is 21 years. And the other one, 19 years. The third born is 7 years. Yeah.
She now talks about what prompted her to join politics.
How I joined UPND, it was through my mother. She was not a politician. My mother was a soldier, but she was a member of the traditional ceremony called the Wind Ceremony. So this particular weekend, she said, escort me for a meeting as a daughter. That's how I escorted her. At that meeting, I met people who were the executive members of Wind Ceremony, the likes of Maurice Ijilema, who is the cousin to the president, Baston Mangola, the late Michael Hajintu, Robert Musanje. So I started interacting with them. The next time they called me that we have a meeting to meet someone who wants to be president. Anderson Mazoka came to Kafue. We had a meeting. And I remember I was the youngest in that meeting. And during our deliberations, one of the things he said, you know, you should not wait for the country to do something to you. You should also do something to the country. You should not wait for other people. But you as an individual should say, what is it that I can do to this country to add value or to change the lives of people? So listening to those words, I said, who am I? And I said, I'm going to support this man. That's how I made a decision to join UPND at a very tender age. And I didn't even understand what politics were all about. But I was happy the way he was talking. He encouraged us. And he said, even when I'm not there, there should be people who will carry on with my vision. And it is you. And that's how I joined UPND in 1999. And then that time we were trying to build the party. And I was one of the people that started UPND in Kafue. The first position I had was branch treasurer in Kafue Estates. From the branch, I went to the ward as a treasurer. The time we were going for election in 2001, I was the constituency treasurer. After losing the elections in 2002, I was appointed as a Kafue district youth chairperson. Then in 2005, they appointed me as a Lusaka province deputy youth chairperson. Then when we went for the convention in 2006, after the death of the president, we had now the current president. I lost, but the president said, no, you are very instrumental. What you're going to do is to form a youth committee, national youth committee, chaired by our national youth chairperson. That time was Charles Long. I was a member of that committee. We worked very hard to mobilize the young people across the country. And then in 2008, that committee was dissolved. Since that time, I've never had a position in the party, but I've been working from the background, doing a lot of activities for the party. And then in 2016, I thought of standing as a member of parliament. I said, I think now at least I'm matured enough, I can represent the people of Chikankata constituency.
Despite her party losing elections, she never defected to another political party, but instead soldiered on.
In my life, I have a purpose. Like I said that I wanted to be a Catholic nun. I realized that I have a purpose to change the lives of people. At that level, I was thinking of using the church. But then I changed to politics because I understand that politics is the one that drives the lives of people in any country. And my purpose is to change a life of someone out there, a voiceless out there. That's my purpose. And coming from that purpose, I have this driving force that drives me that regardless of who I am in society, I can change the life of someone.
She now shares experience being a member of parliament.
For me, it's been interesting because I believe that where there's a challenge, there's an opportunity. Where there's an opportunity, there's a challenge. So a lot of people, they look at a member of parliament, a female member of parliament, to have a lot of challenges. For me, I don't see them as challenges. I see them as opportunities. So far, I think I've enjoyed being a member of parliament because I've learned a lot of things. For your own information, I was not a good follower of Parliament TV. I learned a lot of things when I was at Parliament. I'll give you a very practical example of when I was told to move the budget. Honorable Mulusa, the chief whip, called me, said, come to my office. When I went to the office, then he said, we want you to move the motion. I was like, oh, Honorable, what do you mean? Because I had no idea. I refused. Then he said, no, no, no. Okay, if you refuse, then who? I said, there are a lot of people there. He said, then he said, you are the vice chairperson for Public Accounts Committee. We want you to move the motion. Then your chairman will second it. At that point, he convinced me. Then I accepted. Then I was guided. And when the day came, I moved the motions. It was so interesting.
Ms. Sabao is a tough woman, as can be seen when she is discharging her duties as Vice Chairperson of the Public Accounts Committee. She presides over the committee with vigor.
I want to find out through the PS, looking at how the man was giving out without proper information. Was there monitoring of this money, where it went and the implementation took place? Because already we are having a picture that even if those organizations were given money, there was no implementation. The money was just given to individuals, not even to groups. Do you have the report of implementation? PS. I enjoy that. You know, when you are in a group and when you are a chair, you are the first of the equals. You need to be in charge. So when you are there, we are representing the Zambians, and that committee is very strategic at Parliament. Issues should come out so that the people out there, the owners of the Zambian resources, should know what happened to their money. So this is the reason why, as a chair, when I'm acting as a chair, I need to be in charge and make sure that the witnesses, they bring out the issues, not from me. Let the Zambians listen from the people who used their monies, who implemented their projects.
Her job is not an easy one. She now talks about some people that support her in her line of work.
I have some people that I regard like, like I said, I don't have parents. And there are people who have come in my life. They treat me like their own daughter. I'll give you, like in my political life, I'll tell you about Honorable Mwamba, the Minister of Community. She's a honorable, she's a minister, but for me, she's my mother. My relationship with her is a mother-daughter relationship. She's a woman that I can lean on her shoulder and cry if I have a burden. And she'll look at me and she'll make me strong. So I have friends. I have a lot of friends that encourages me. You know, in life, when we're doing something, you are going to find three groups of people. There will be a first one who encourage you, the other one who discourage you, the other one will be indifferent. So normally, I'll look at the one who encouraged me. When I consult over something, then they encourage me. I'll lean on those people so that I succeed with my interests. So like people have been supporting me. And then I have friends. I have one old friend from secondary school, Mrs. Kaindu, Mildred Namsenga. She's married to Mr. Kelvin Kaindu. She's one of my supporters. I also have my biggest supporter also is my grandmother. She lives in Chilenje. She was married to my late grandpa, the young brother to my grandfather also, who's the late. So whenever she'll see me on TV, she'll call me.
Ms. Sabao is always immaculately dressed, a trend inspired by her mother.
My mom was a soldier, but she was very good at dressing. She was a superwoman for me. She was very beautiful, good shape. I always miss her. So she taught us on how to dress. She would buy something. She would say, no, don't put on this. No, if you are putting on sneakers, you should put on this, what. So I just grew up with it.
She equally does productive things when she is not performing parliamentary duties.
I'm a director of our company called Just Investment Limited. So I do a lot of work. I'm also an accountant for the company. So I do books. And then when the guys are in the field, like now, most of the machines are out in the field because we have our own equipment in construction. I'll go to the site, monitor how they are working, advise because the construction industry, most of the challenges to do with fuel. So they'll come and tell you, we don't have enough fuel, meaning they've sold some of the fuel. So sometimes I'll follow them to go and supervise. But more importantly, one of my best hobbies is to read books. At least in a day, I should read even just a paragraph when I'm too busy. Just a paragraph, not a chapter.
What kind of books do you read?
Variety, politics, any books I would cookery, anything. Novels I do read. Yeah, but at the moment I'm more on the political books to understand the world leaders. Yes, I love cooking. I like baking cakes. Yeah, and traditional foods like fisashi. Yeah, I enjoy that. I think the best room in my house is the kitchen. I enjoy being in the kitchen. I do laundry on my own. I don't allow a maid clean my clothes. I clean my bedroom. Yes. Even in the sitting room when I'm free, I do clean just to check up how they are working. Going around, I do my own flower garden. Yes. Yeah. So I just enjoy being home, despite being a busy person. But the most important place I enjoy to be is home.
She now has a word of advice to women who want to join politics.
What I would advise my fellow women out there is that the first thing you should ask yourself, what is your purpose in life? You should not join politics or any organization for the sake of joining, but you should have a purpose why you should be in that grouping. And politics is power relation. When we talk of politics, it's not just being in a political party. Even being a woman in business is politics. Where there are two people, there's politics involved. But however, we are looking at the politics that coordinates the welfare of people in a community, in a country, in the global village. So what I would advise my friends out there is that there's a saying in this country or in Africa of saying politics is a dead game. No, the dead person is the one who even saying those words dead. Because me, I've never said politics is a dead game. How can it be dead? Because politics is the one that drives the lives of people in a country. That's the one that controls the economy of a country. So as women, what I would advise you is that add value to yourself first and say, that I can do. Stand up. No one will come and lift you that let's go join politics. But you should come up and say, this is what I want. I want to join this political party. First, understand, if it's a political party, understand the manifesto of that political party. Women are the main players of development in any country. So it's high time that our women stand up. No man or fellow woman will come and lift you up. You have to stand up and then they'll go along with you. That's what I would advise my women. But what is important, you should know the purpose of why you are living. The purpose that you should leave something behind when you are no longer there. And the best platform will be politics.
Ms. Jacqueline Sabao believes that women should not just exist, but start living and in turn leave a legacy that will stand the test of time.
Television business of the House resumes shortly, and at the time business was disrupted. On the floor of the House was a ministerial statement rendered by the Minister of Mines and Minerals Development on the alleged illegal mining of suglite in Chembe district of Luapula province.
We also expect the House to consider two questions for oral answer understanding order number 74, and there's going to be a resumption of debate on thanks His Excellency the President's address, a motion moved by Ms. Nashabantu. Just now we take you to the chamber. And so, live pictures coming your way. As soon as the quorum is constituted, business will resume. 1/3 of members of parliament need to be in the House in order for business to be transacted.
Yes, Claudette, and still to come we have two questions for oral answer, and of course there will be a resumption of debate on the motion of thanks. So that is what is expected to come your way on Parliament Television, the only station that brings you Parliament closer to you.
When business was suspended, the House was considering the ministerial statement presented by the Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development, and the Honorable Minister was responding to a follow-up question asked by the Honorable Member of Parliament for Itesteji. May the Honorable Minister continue.
Madam Speaker, I had reached conclusion of my response.
We'll get to the last point of order, which I had earlier on indicated. The Honorable Member from Pika, what is your point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on a very serious point of order pursuant to Standing Order number 20204, read together with 205. 204G, Madam Speaker, states that a member shall listen in silence. 205A states that defies a ruling or direction of a presiding officer. I raise this point of order against the Honorable Member of Parliament from Mbabala and the Information Minister. The Honorable Member of Parliament from Mbabala, who in most cases, if not making noise, he likes catching a nap. Madam Speaker, when you were presiding, the Honorable Member of Parliament from Mbabala was busy engaging us in side shows, calling us all sorts of names, including the common name in here, Mashori. Was he in order, Madam Speaker, to continue making running comments that disturb the flow of debate and also your directions? At sometimes we even fail to get what you are directing members of Parliament to do. Then the Honorable Minister of Information, as you gave a ruling, she grabbed her mic, which is usually on, and started talking that that was not fair, meaning your ruling was not fair. And she decided to walk away. Under our standing orders, another one who is there busy, instead of speaking for the Zambian people, is making noise. And these are the people that I'm rising against, Madam Speaker, because we are here to speak for the Zambian people. The Zambian people want to listen. They are glued to both radio and TV to listen to what the government officials are saying. The Minister of Mines is on the floor of the House, a very important ministry. The Zambian people want to hear what his ministry is doing to ensure that resources are well mobilized for medicines, for other things in hospitals. Are they, Madam Speaker, in order to continue making noise? And also the Honorable Information Minister defying your ruling. Madam Speaker, I seek your very serious ruling so that a precedence is not set that in Parliament we can do anything we feel like doing. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Member, let us try to be precise when we are raising a point of order. Avoid debating the point of order. Otherwise, we cannot admit that point of order. I think the issues that you've raised, Honorable Member, I think there was a ruling that was given for the Minister of Information that I'm going to study the matter and the final ruling will be brought to this House. I think that one we closed. As for the other part of your point of order, I've kept on guiding this House. Today, unfortunately, the House was a bit unruly, following the standing orders that we have. We don't know for what reason. There were actually a lot of people that were out of order. They did not obey the standing orders. quite a number. And I even went further to guide this House that we should not waste time. We were sent here by the people. We are using taxpayers' money. I had guided earlier on. So all those people who misbehaved today, lack of a better word, were out of order. There are quite many. So being the last point of order, can we have a new beginning? Let's behave honorably to give chance to the people who are listening to this program. The honorable member for Feira.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, just allow me to, Madam Speaker, I just want to put it on record that I've learned a lot of wisdom from your seat there. And I pray that God continues to grant you more and more wisdom in order to keep this House productive. Amen. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I listened to my brother, whom I want to thank, the Minister of Mines, talking about mining, reforms, and so on. But obviously, I was perturbed when he talked about the previous regime, the last 10 years. I know that mining in this country, the mining regime started in 1964. And we've been mining even before 1964. So there are many instruments. Right now, what we need is to take action. I was expecting that you tell us what exactly is this government doing to promote the artisans and the small-scale mines in actually developing them into large-scale miners instead of, thinking about, vendetta resources and all these Americas. And I'm aware that there was a memorandum of understanding where America will come in to control our copper as well as cobalt because of these electric vehicles. However, Madam Speaker, this question that the Minister was presenting arose from the issue of a truck that was, found laden with sugilite in Central Province. And the Minister was running away from the real issue. I want him right now to explain what was the real issue with that truck, why was it being escorted by the policemen, who was behind it, what was the value thereof, and how possible is it that the minerals can move in that manner. And you should tell us how protected our minerals are, particularly.
Honorable Member, I think your question is very wide. Can you try to be specific to a particular issue that you want the Minister to respond
Yes,
to you?
That is exactly what I'm addressing right now. It's just that the Minister was running away. I want him to come back to the real issue.
What is your question?
And the real issue, that illegal truck carrying illegal sugilite, and by suspecting UPND senior cadres, I want that point to come out. Can you explain what is happening and the value of those assets? Thank you very much.
The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First and foremost, I want to thank you, Honorable Member, for that question, though filled with a lot of falsehoods. This country, Madam Speaker, has not given America to come and control the copper. That is a lie. Maybe it's unparliamentary, but that's a falsehood. That's not what we are doing. So when you are presenting, you are a lawyer, Honorable Member. When you are presenting issues, you must be sincere. And when you're talking about reforms, we are doing reforms because we want to do things in a structured way. And when you talk about artisanal and small scale, I just said, Madam Speaker, that we have done a concept and we have already organized them in cooperatives. We are already doing, implementation process has begun. Very soon you will see an aggregator of gold where we'll be aggregating and giving them safe methods of mining. The gold to us, Madam Speaker, is a game changer. We don't want the Kasenseli kind of, where they were ransacking a mine. We don't want those things, and that's why we have structured it, and just watch the space. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Member is asking a question which should be directed to the Ministry of Home Affairs, because they are the ones now investigating All I can tell you is that you have seen for yourself that this government is not shy to even arrest people who belong to us. So I won't delve into that because investigations are ongoing. If you want more details to that, you are free to do a question, I think, to the Minister of Home Affairs, and you'll be given those details. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Kafisa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the Minister of Mines and Minerals Development a follow-up question. Madam Speaker, I was paying attention to the statement that the Minister was delivering, and in that statement he made reference to specific minerals, the mineral under discussion, sugilite, lithium, and many other minerals that he referred to. My follow-up question to the Minister relates to the 3 stages of mining. You do exploration. After you do exploration, you confirm that there's a resource here, and then you undertake the next 2 stages. Minister, are you in a position to inform this House and inform the country the areas that have got this very important mineral called sugilite, and whether these areas already have licenses? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development. Meaning what, Honorable Minister?
This is how wise people ask questions.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I'm just complimenting you.
Order, honorable members, let's give the minister a chance.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Honorable Member for Kamfinsa, right now, sugilite is only confirmed in Luapula province. It's under a license, like I explained in the ministerial statement, and the current license holder has got the environmental project brief, meaning that after all these processes, he has to go into mining, just like you said. Of course, government is in discussions with, because of the sensitivity of that area, I may not give a policy statement now until these discussions around that mine are concluded, because this is Parliament, so I may not give half-baked information. So for now, for sugilite, it's only confirmed in Luapula province, and I must emphasize that sugilite, like I said in the statement, does not occur in isolation. It's actually part of manganese, and that is how come it's found in a manganese mine. As to other, I don't know whether I got the second part of the question. You talked about sugilite. Madam Speaker, I'll seek your indulgence that if I've left out something on the second part, he can give it to me so that I answer clearly.
In fact, the rules of the House are that each member asks only 1 question.
Madam Speaker, I didn't get it's the same question, but I think there's something I didn't get at the end. So
the Honorable Member for Kamfinsa.
Well, Madam Speaker, the question was which areas have got sugilite, and the Minister has indicated that it's only in Luapula, and I'd asked whether there's a license sitting on the other areas where there might be sugilite. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Mines.
Like I said, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Like I said, the only confirmed area is Luapula province, and there is a license sitting there for buy and construction, an exploration license, by the way, not a mining license. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chifubu. Not in the House.
Thank you.
Oh.
Honorable Minister, Thank you so much with your explanation that there are certain reforms that are currently going on in your ministry pertaining to the mining sector. Now, my question is, what is the time frame that you are attaching to these reforms before they can be actualized so that some of these minerals that a country is in dire need of mining so that they can bring up the resources in the national coffers, such as gold, lithium, and the latest switchlight, can start now contributing to the national coffers? What is the time frame you are attaching to it? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for that very important and wise question. The reforms are already being implemented, Madam Speaker, as we sit. It's not that we are sitting and writing alone, but we are done with concepts, we are done with the reforms, we are done with the policy. So right now it's implementation time. So it's not like we are futuristic in the way that we are looking at these reforms. The implementation processes have already begun. On the artisanals, we have visited sites, we have already identified where the offices will be, where we'll be meeting these cooperatives. The marketing centers have already been identified. So the processes of implementation, Madam Speaker, are already in place. In terms of the Minerals Commission, the structure is already there. We are actually in implementation gear as I talk to you right now. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I'll take the last two, the Honorable Member for Chembe and the Honorable Member for Chiengi, in that order. The Honorable Member for Chembe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Honorable Minister, you are aware that countries where conflicts have arisen to the apex is where these mineral resources are. So it's just prudent that the quicker you do your processes, the better. My question to you, Honorable Minister, and focusing on the Moombe mine, which is in question, I want to find out from you, because the happenings there, they are continuing, and you see the people of Chembe are the one on the losing side always, being exploited. People move there, they misbehave, etc., etc. Now, when are we going to see the Moombe mine operationalized and mining activities start happening legally, not illegal, the way it has been happening? My people are waiting, and no one has been arrested from my constituents pertaining to that, because their people understand and we have talked to them. So what they need is you now to actualize that mine so that they start benefiting, so that those conflicts
What
matters
is your
are
question,
reduced.
Honorable
I
Member?
thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable
when-
Minister of Mines and Minerals.
If I got you right, you are asking about the when. Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member. If you got me right in my statement, I said the current exploration license holder has gone to court, and there is a restriction on it. So whenever there is a restriction, we are bound now by the law. It's beyond us until it gets out of court. And that's why this government has been saying, Madam Speaker, we can't mine in court. If you heard me clearly when answering Honorable Kangombe, I said government is now sitting with the license holder to see whether we get out of court and proceed quickly so that we begin to get the value out of the mine. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Chiengi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you, Minister, for the answers that you're giving. I've listened to you saying you're formalizing the license. The truth of the matter is that I stand to be corrected. there's no license for sugilite, but for manganese. I need just to be corrected. As far as I'm concerned, there's no one in Zambia at the moment with a license for sugilite. As a minister, maybe you can clarify on that. Now, the question is, other countries where they've empowered their own, they create like cooperatives. Like in China, that's what has made them to be where they are. Canada and other countries. So I wanted to find out, since this current mine does not have the license for sugilite, is the government going to consider helping the Zambians, the locals, to come up as investors for this particular stone sugilite, not the manganese? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member. I think it's clear, like I said, government is in negotiations. For us, empowering the locals, the youth, the cooperatives around any mining area is priority number one. We are saying that going forward, all mining assets, whether it's sugilite, it's gold, it's copper, wherever they are domiciled, it's important for the locals to participate and have a stake. That is the route that we are taking as a matter of policy as the New Dawn government. So be rest assured, Honorable Member, that government is taking that route. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. An apology. The originator of the question was the Honorable Folumezi. We'll give him one chance. The Honorable Member Folumezi.
Thank you. Very kind, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, what has caused a lot of these illegalities, be it in copper, gold, mukula, are these rigidities that are created? ZEMA sits maybe once a month. MAC meetings take place once a month. You create room for people to transport, or you push people to commit those illegalities by virtue of you not expediting the process of doing the paperwork. What is it that you are doing as a short-term measure to avoid the continued movement of what we are now calling illegal copper or illegal sugilite? As you are saying, reforms are taking place right now, but people are planning on how to transport the mineral out of the country. So what urgent short-term measure have you put in place? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member. You are very right that what causes people to do things on their own is because they see that there's something they can benefit from, and yet there's no structure in place to make them access it legally. And this is why this government is now reorganizing these people, making them into cooperatives so that we stop these processes. Now, I want to say this, that if you remember the declaration of His Excellency, the President, for this year, was that we remove any impediments and anything that is slowing down processes in government. ZEMA has been problematic in terms of releasing the EPBs for various companies, and we are trying as government now to make it quicker for people to access their licenses. Number two, we have now mandated the MAC to be sitting continuously. So they've been sitting actually for the past 3 days, not where they sit once a month and it is taking 3-4 years for somebody to access their license. Very right, MAC has been a challenge. Sitting 1 month cannot be sufficient. We have a backlog right now, Madam Speaker, of over 1,000 plus applicants. Now you cannot manage to do that with one MAC sitting. So we have actually now allowed them to be sitting. Of course, it will require more resources, but we have allowed that they sit continuously to actually deal with the backlog of so many applicants, because we had an overwhelming response when cadastre was opening. So those are some of the measures that we have put in place. We are working with Zema to make their reaction or action time be enhanced so that quickly licenses can be released to people and they go into mining. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I'm very sorry that I cannot take the remaining three. We are behind schedule. We move on. Questions for oral answer, understanding order number 74. The Honorable Member for Ron.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my question is question number 182.
The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation. We made the ruling that there are no more points of order because we have to finish what is on the order paper. The Honorable Minister will continue. The Honorable Minister of Water Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My apologies, technology was failing me. Madam Speaker, the Member of Parliament for Ron, Honorable Chibuye, is asking the Minister of Water Development and Sanitation a question in two parts as follows. When the Kafubu Water and Sanitation Company will rehabilitate the sewer system in Roni and in Patamatu in Roni parliamentary constituency, and B, why the company has continued to charge sewer fees when the sewer system is non-functional. Madam Speaker, our response to the question is as follows. A, government through Kafubu Water Supply and Sanitation Company in January 2021 commenced the rehabilitation of the sewer system in Roni and in Patamatu townships. In December 2022, government released the funds to upgrade and replace some critical sewer lines in order for the sewer to flow smoothly to the ponds in the shortest possible, in the short term. Notable in the sewer lines being upgraded and replaced in Roni Township are upgrading of collapsed sewer lines in sections 8, 9, and 10, and the construction of 325 toilets with manholes in section 2BB in Impatamatu Township. Works involve desilting in sections 21, 22, 24, and 25. B, Madam Speaker, the sewer system in Ron and in Patamatu townships is functional, although in some sections there are blockages due to foreign particles or materials in the system. Kafubu Water and Sanitation Company does charge tariffs in accordance with the National Water Supply and Sanitation Council, NWASCO approved the tariffs for the provision of water and sanitation services. The residents being charged for services not rendered have their accounts corrected accordingly, subsequent to verification by the water utility company. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Ron.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, once more. And thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for that cool and precise answer. Madam Speaker, yes, indeed, Kafubu commenced some works in Section 2BB, as the Minister has alluded to. But, Honorable Minister, you have mentioned and talked of Kafubu Water and Sewerage also conducting some works in section 8, 9, and 10. Honorable Minister, I want to bring it to your attention that the situation in these three sections, particularly section 9, 8, and 10, is worse and pathetic as Kafuvu hasn't yet moved in. Could you, Honorable Minister, ask Kafuvu to expedite and leave to the word that you have given this House that they move in section 8, 9, and 10, including parts of Mpatamato sections? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I also want to thank my brother for that supplementary question. Madam Speaker, I wish to, through you, to report to this House that recently I undertook some on-the-spot check, a tour to Luansha. Unfortunately, and I'm grateful that the Member of Parliament who has asked this question was in my entourage. Unfortunately, when we were going to Mpatamatu, we were met by a heavy downpour of rains, and a heavy downpour rather, and that disturbed our tour. But I want to confirm, Madam Speaker, that I've taken note of his concern, and as I speak, the Kafuvu management team are listening, and I can only urge them to expedite these works so that the challenges our people are facing in terms of sanitation challenges can quickly be resolved. But other than them listening to this directive, I will make a follow-up in writing so that what the Member of Parliament has asked for is attended to. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Luansha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, thank you for the response that you have given to Ron. We are serviced by the same water utility, that is Kafuvu. And Honorable Minister, the people of Luansha would like to find out, Kafuvu is not providing some of these services to Luansha. For example, you go to Mikomfwa, you go to Ndeke, they've never seen a drop of water. The sewers are blocked. If you go to places like Newtown or Kamirenda, the same. But the people of Luansha are asking, why is Kafuvu charging them? Why is it that every month they receive bills, not less than 500? We appreciate, Honorable Minister, the efforts that you are putting in. But the fear of the people of Luansha is when you finally commission...
The Honorable Member for Luansha is debating now, because I thought I heard the question being raised. Now you are debating.
Madam Speaker, my question is, the people of Luansha are asking, why don't they stop billing them until such a time that Kafuvu starts to provide these services? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I also want to thank my brother, Honorable Simbao, the MP for Luansha, for that question. Madam Speaker, Kafuvu Water is still providing the services in the mentioned areas. However, it is true that there are some challenges in certain areas where we are not, where currently we are not meeting the expectations of the people. We are not supplying water as required 24 hours. In certain areas, it's true that for some time they are not receiving water. But this is not to say that the service provision has completely shut down. So on that score, Kafuvu Water cannot stop billing. They will bill because they are still providing a service. What I would want to encourage, Madam Speaker, is that the residents that are affected, in particular residential areas where a customer feels that they have not been receiving a particular service, it's incumbent upon them to write to the utility company, and then I would want to urge the utility company to go and do a physical check. And if that is not corrected, the client is at liberty to write to NWASCO, National Water and Sanitation Council, to raise a complaint, and the regulator will be able to attend to that complaint. But to say that the utility company must stop billing the whole constituency or the whole district, I think it will be really asking for a very unfair action, because the company is still serving, is still servicing the said areas. And honorable members, you may wish to appreciate that this is a sector which for a long time has not received much attention in terms of resource allocation. And therefore, we are faced with a series of situations, among them that we are operating an extremely dilapidated water and sewer networks. And this is why the New Dawn government is doing everything possible that we must put enough resources, we must attract PPPs to work with us in terms of repairing the water network, in terms of repairing the sanitation network. So I wish to call for the support of the members of parliament in the various constituencies. And on that score, Madam Speaker, I wish also to say that His Excellency the President has requested that under CDF we must try to prioritize issues of water and sanitation, because the President is alive to the fact that we have a lot of challenges when it comes to issues of water and sanitation challenges. So I want to appeal to my brothers and sisters, the honorable members of parliament in the various constituencies, that as we apply the CDF, let us try to prioritize issues of water and sanitation. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The honorable member for Ron.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank Honorable Minister Mposha. Indeed, he did come to my constituency, though we did not finish the exercise. Now, Honorable Minister, that you have given us an open check in terms of using the CDF, I wanted to find out from your ministry, when you mentioned that Kafubu is actually undertaking some of these repair works, and of course the major ones, removing the collapsed network and replacing with the new ones. Honorable Minister, could you just give some comfort to the people of Ron constituency who have lamentably been complaining as to when we can expect a complete exercise taking place in terms of replacement of all the collapsed pipes, so that people at least can live in a sanitary manner? Honorable Minister, you saw when you came at some points how people are living in my constituency. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's unfortunate, Madam Speaker, that the Member of Parliament for Petauke Central is not here. I'm sure you would have appreciated the positive questions and conversations we are having. But I'm sure he's listening. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Member of Parliament for Ron for those very positive questions. Madam Speaker, I want to take advantage of that question to announce that as government, we identified some townships, or may I say some districts, where we had serious sanitation challenges, and we did present our findings to the Council of Ministers on disasters. The situation we found in Ndola under Kabushi, the situation we found in Kitwe under Kwacha constituency and Luansha, as well as Lusaka in Kaunda Square. We found that some townships in the mentioned districts were extremely challenged in terms of sewer problems. So after undertaking the findings, we came up with a budget of 86 million, which was approved by the Council of Ministers on Disasters. And this money has been released by the Treasury to cater for the areas I've mentioned. And Rwansha is one of the beneficiaries of the 86 million kwacha. And I want to say that what we need to do is just to push. We've given our utility companies 60 days, Madam Speaker, to ensure that these works are undertaken as emergency works, because we realize that with the rain season we are in, problems would have actually worsened, as we know that certain parts of the country are experiencing or are hit by the cholera outbreak. So these works are ongoing. I think what we just need to do is to continue pushing our CUs, our commercial utilities, in the mentioned districts to ensure that these works are expedited. In terms of when the works will be undertaken holistically in Rwansha, I think I wouldn't want to give a time frame, Madam Speaker, because we need to raise more resources to cover for to cater for the entire Rwansha district. But certain portions in the mentioned townships in those districts will be undertaken under the emergency works, which we are financing to a tune of 86 million. And I want to give comfort to the people of Rwansha, both in the Rwansha constituency and Ron, that to some extent the emergency works that are being undertaken should be able to sort out some of the problems that are being faced, as we are raising money to deal with the long-term solution for those problems. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I'll get to the last two, Kamfinsa and Chama North. In that order.
Madam Speaker, I followed once again the answers being provided by the Minister of Water Development. I'm excited to learn that in Luansha he actually went with the MP. In Kamfinsa he went alone, but nonetheless I'll still ask my follow-up question. Madam Speaker, the Minister has indicated that there's a challenge of funding, which challenge I think we all appreciate. We agree that there's need to mobilize resources. I'm aware that the Africa Development Bank has been very supportive of the water sector. I'm aware that the World Bank, Madam Speaker, has been very supportive of the water sector. And lastly, KfW, which is a German financing bank, they've supported the water sector in the past. And some of the projects that are ongoing have been supported by these financial institutions. Is the Minister in a position to inform this August House which partners government is engaging to finance the works that need to be done in Luansha constituency and Ron constituency? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank Honorable Kangombe, the MP for Kamfisa, for that very good question. Let me start, Madam Speaker, by stating that I am open to be accompanied by all members of Parliament as I visit their areas, because they are the ones that, Madam Speaker, are elected to represent those areas, and I think it's only positive, it's only fair that they themselves, the Member of Parliament for Petoke Central is in. Thank you. Welcome, my brother. They are the ones that, Madam Speaker, should be giving us feedback in terms of the challenges that as members of the executive, we are going into the various constituencies to see, to appreciate the challenges and to provide the solutions. So it's only fair that the members of parliament are also available. When I went to Kitwe, I'm grateful my brother, Honorable Bino Mpundu, was around even when the area we were going to tackle was slightly outside his constituency, but he was with us. I really don't know what happened to the member of parliament for Kamfisa. I think we attempted to call him. In Rwansha, both Honorable Simbao and Honorable Chibuye were in my entourage, and I'm very grateful that all these 4 members of parliament, Madam Speaker, I want to put it on record that they have actually been engaging me on the problems of water and as well as sanitation in Kamfisa, in Nkana, Ron, and Rwansha constituency. So please, just to give comfort, my brother, I think as and when I visit your areas, please let's engage so that you are the ones who will be helping me to actually see the things, the challenges that the people are going through. And this is our style as New Dawn government. We want to work with everybody. Yeah. So then, in terms of which cooperating partners we are working with, Madam Speaker, I want to confirm, as he has stated, it's true that we've had a historical relationship and a lot of support from a number of cooperating partners, such as the KFW, GIZ, the World Bank, and many more who have been extremely supportive to the water sector. I may not specifically confine my answer to which cooperating partners we are engaging for the problems in Rwansha, but for the national program in terms of water supply and sanitation challenges, we are engaging a number of cooperating partners. And I want to report, Madam Speaker, that just last week I was chairing a high-level engagement meeting with both the ICPs, the international cooperating partners, and the local ones to see the commitments that are there towards the water sector. Until such a time, Madam Speaker, that we get some feedback from them, I think it will be unfair now to start announcing in terms of which cooperating partner has given what answer or has been engaged. But I want to say that we are continuing to work with the World Bank, we are continuing to work with KFW, we are continuing to work with GIZ, we are continuing to work with the various cooperating partners. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chama North, being the last one.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Minister. Minister, public utilities have a tendency of reaping where they did not sow. The issue of sewerage charge, Carrefour Water charges 40% of the bill, the consumption bill, 40% goes to sewerage. And with these challenges of sewer, are you not thinking of trying to scale down these sewerage charges, which I think are too exorbitant and are making the cost of water very expensive? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much, and I want to thank Honorable Mtachalo for that good question. Madam Speaker, there's a B here. I don't know where it's coming from. Probably it's from Honorable Tsang there. Madam Speaker, the supply of water is not a cheap undertaking. The supply of water is not a cheap undertaking, and the transportation of sanitation or sewer from the communities to the sewer ponds equally is not a cheap undertaking. So I'm not seeing us scaling down in terms of the tariffs, because obvious things are going, and the cost of transporting weapons is not getting any cheaper. But I think what we must be asking for, and what we are determined to do, Madam Speaker, is to ensure that with the improved funding, with the improved commitment from the cooperating partners, we should be able to improve the service provision. Where we are not supplying water 24 hours, our target is to ensure that we improve and go towards improving water 24 hours. And equally, where we have poor sanitation, we must improve the sanitation provision so that people can receive quality service which they are paying for, but not to scale down in terms of the tariffs, because doing so will mean that even the little that we are trying to do to rehabilitate the dilapidated networks will not be achieved. So I can only ask you that, yes, we know that our people have for a long time, in fact, these problems, Madam Speaker, were not born last year or after the 12th of August 2021. They were there even before, but we are determined to ensure that we don't just talk about them, but we resolve them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Next question, the Honorable Member for Kalabo Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 183.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Member asks whether government has any plans to improve production of the following crops in Kalawo district. 1, cassava, 2, millet, 3, sorghum, and 4, rice. Then the Honorable Miyutu further asks, if so, what the specific plans are, and C, when the plans will be implemented. Madam Speaker, the response from the government is as follows: that yes, government has plans to improve production of cassava, millet, sorghum, rice in Kalawo district. And B, the government is undertaking measures to promote the production of these crops. These include promoting technologies such as climate-smart agriculture, that is conservation farming, and the use of climate change resilient crops and use of early maturing crop varieties. Specifically, Madam Speaker, regarding cassava, the government is providing farmers with clean, disease-free cuttings for planting, which have been screened by the Zambia Research Agriculture Institute, ZARI, and government is also linking farmers to value addition companies such as Premier Corn in Kalumbila, Zonkai in Lusaka, and Kaoma and Musika. 2, Madam Speaker, as for millet, ZARI is developing a bird-tolerant variety which has bristles. Market and Seeds Access Project-oriented, a firm called MASAP, a project called MASAP, is training farmers on good agricultural practices and improved production. Plans to include millet in FISIP are underway in order to promote the growing of millet. This is very important, Honorable. We are going to put millet in the FISIP program. Madam Speaker, measures in 2 also apply to sorghum. Then, Madam Speaker, with regard to rice, the government has included rice on the FISIP pack. The government has also partnered with seed companies such as Zamseed, AfriSeed, etc., who are working with the farmers in Western Province. In addition, JICA and ZARI is promoting seed production in Western Province at Namshak and the Farm Training Institute. So, 4 high-yielding varieties have been produced, namely Zambia Kafachi 1, then 2, 3, and 5. So, last question, Madam Speaker. Stated plan being implemented. But before I sit, Madam Speaker, this is to all the honorable members from Western Province, where we are saying we are going to include rice on the FISIP program, and specific, we are targeting it for Western Province so that they can also benefit equally on the FISI program. I thank you.
Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Kalabo Central.
Madam Speaker, I've listened very attentively to the Minister's response. Cassava is one of the crops that we grow in the district, and it's a survival crop. I haven't heard its inclusion on the FISIP program, because many of those farmers, they are peasant farmers, small-scale farmers, and they much rely on the FISIP program. What are the programs, any connection with FISIP, especially for cassava? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Madam Speaker, as we get to the comprehensive agricultural support program, we are looking at improving on tree crops and other root crops such as cassava. However, I must indicate that the current plans on FISIP have not included cassava, but sorghum, millet, and rice. So we will take it up and see how best we can manage the cassava under the FISIP program. I thank the Honorable Member.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kalabo Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also wanted to get the interaction of the government or collaboration with the Zambia National Farmers Union branch. How collaborative is the ministry with that organ, National Farmers Union, because we have a branch, and that is a branch which represents those local farmers. So how collaborative as the government? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Madam Speaker, I thank Honorable Miyutu for that. Honorable Miyutu, we exist as a ministry for the farmers of Zambia. Therefore, we collaborate very, very seriously with the Zambia National Farmers Union. If the collaboration is questionable at lower level, it's something we can look at, but I can assure you that we collaborate with ZNFU very well and very, very frequently. I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Lukasha.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Mine is a very short question, Honorable Minister. I just want to find out if you have started receiving feedback from the beneficiaries of this crop, especially cassava. I'm asking this question, Honorable Minister, because there are so many questions regarding the outbreak of the brown streak on cassava. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Madam Speaker, we are very aware as government that there's a serious disease outbreak on the cassava, and I can assure you, Honorable Chisanga, that officers in the areas where cassava is grown and where this outbreak has been experienced are busy trying to sensitize the farmers. It's an extremely dangerous disease. You get absolutely nothing. It makes the crop rotten, and therefore we are looking at it extremely seriously. So yes, we are looking at that, Honorable Chisanga. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Lumezi. I'm sure you are not there. There was a ruling that we are not going to take any more points of order for the sake of progress. No, if the quorum has collapsed, the clerks at the table are going to signal me. The Honorable Member for Chiengi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You should forgive these Easterners. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I would like to find out from the Minister of Agriculture as to why we are allowing these so-called hybrid or GMOs kind of seeds continuing in our country. Madam Speaker, I'm so concerned, and I want to ask this question because there's a kind of maize that we used to eat before. We used to call it inyanje, and my closest friend used to call it mapopwe. She's Tonga. So you know the kind of maize I'm talking about, Honorable Minister. We've lost the real value of the crop that our forefathers gave to us. Now, this stem that you're bringing to Luapula and other parts of the country, cassava, it keeps on getting diseases. This never used to happen before. So I would want to find out what the ministry is doing to revert back to our original seeds, or how to get back to our original seeds. Because really, these new seeds, they're coming with diseases, and people are forced to buy chemicals and this and that when this never used to be there. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think to put it in simple terms, what the Honorable Member, Honorable Given Katuta is talking about is one, what used to be termed the local breeds. Like if I talk of maize, the local maize. The proper term you could use is the open pollinated maize, which is different to the hybrid maize. So if you go to Zamseed, for example, you are likely to buy a high-yielding hybrid type of seed. Whereas if you remember what our traditional parents used to keep, which they would do, plant over and over again, that is the open pollinated. You will be happy to note, Madam Speaker, that of late, this debate is flourishing. And there are a couple of companies, even here in Zambia, like AfriSeed, for example, who are actually selling open pollinated seed. Now, the only drawback of the open pollinated seed is that it is very low in productivity. You cannot compare open pollinated to hybrid. So that is why hybrid seeds have been adopted so that you can get high yields per area planted. But yes, they are susceptible to floods, susceptible to dry spells, susceptible to certain diseases, but you cannot compare the two in terms of high yielding potential. So what seed is being developed, what cuttings are being developed for cassava are those which will be high yielding, much, much more high yielding than the local breed. So if you want the local varieties, now, Madam Speaker, they are available commercially, which you can buy and continue planting for at least 3, 4, 5 years. I thank you.
Thank you. I now have a signal from the clerks at the table. We do not have a quorum. I suspend business, and can you ring the bells?
Good afternoon. Live pictures are coming your way here in the chamber. Business has been suspended. This is due to the fact that a quorum has not been constituted. The quorum has collapsed. 1/3 of members of parliament actually need to be in the house in order for business to be transacted.
Can we have the members back to the house?
So as soon as a quorum is constituted, business will resume. The House currently considering question 183. Mr. Miutu of Kalabo did ask the Minister of Agriculture whether the government has any plans to improve production of the following crops in Kalabo district. That's cassava, millet, sorghum,
Order,
and
honorable
rice.
members. I'm advised now that we have the quorum and we may continue. Who was on the floor? The Honorable Minister of Agriculture, did you conclude your response? Thank you. I'll take two more. The Honorable Member for Mpongwe.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, you have said that millet, sorghum, and rice will be included on the FISIP program. I just want to find out how many bags of fertilizer will come with these crops. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Madam Speaker, I wish I could come with a ministerial statement when we are completely ready, but I would assume that the package would still be the same at 6 bags. I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Rubasenshi.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for giving this opportunity to the good people of the Rubasenshi constituency to ask the Honorable Minister of Agriculture. Honorable Minister, the question from Karabo is also equally important to the good people of Rubasenshi. I would like to find out from your ministry if there are plans to set up like processing plants to ensure that what the good people of Karabo are going to produce, starting from millet, cassava, rice, they are assured with market. And if so, do you expect the government to set up these processing plants, or you are dependent on the private sector? And if it's a private sector, are you able to indicate to this honorable house which private sector do we expect to set up these processing plants so that the people of Karabo can be guaranteed and be encouraged to produce these crops? I submit, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I honestly wish that the honorable member could have asked a question, because I did not come with answers on processing. I came with very specific answers on increased production. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
We make progress. The clerk will now read the order of the day.
Thanks. His Excellency the President's address. Motion of 28 February, resumption of debate.
When business was interrupted yesterday, Thursday, 2nd March 2023, the House was considering the motion moved by the Honorable Member for Mapatizia that the thanks of this Assembly be recorded for the exposition of public policy contained in His Excellency the President's address. And the Honorable Member for Narikwanda was debating. May the Honorable Member continue.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much for giving me a chance to continue on where I left yesterday. I'm very happy that the leader of the opposition is here today. Because he's here, I've seen him. Because yesterday when I was speaking, he was not. I was saying, I was so disappointed with his debate, where he was saying...
Order, honorable members. The honorable member on the floor, please, can we concentrate on the speech or the address by the President?
Thank you very much, Madam. I was saying some people have been getting this report that actually doesn't contain anything. If you look at this report, Madam Speaker, there are a lot of issues which are contained in it. The President stated that the investigating wings, the leadership and the management to be reorganized. I agree with this. We need a very good drive on corruption. I'll take you back. Before 2021, this country, the people who were running it, overborrowed money from the open market, commercial market, more than 13.5 billion. If you translate it into kwacha, it got more than 270 billion. When do we pay this money? The people who borrowed this money are on your left. So we need the investigating wings to be supported. We need people, we need to employ people who have with the experience, education. We need to give them support in terms of machinery, tools, so that they're able to uproot the corruption which they were doing. We need to support the investigating wings, whether we like it or not, whether it's past, present, or future. But for now, I'll concentrate on the past, because we have got a record. Whether we like it or not, there's a 13.5 billion which we are supposed to pay. Even the interest parts of the loans, that's why the exchange rate is going down. Yes, we are paying interest to our debtors, our creditors. Yes. So for this, we need to support the drive for corruption so that we know who benefited from the huge sums of money we borrowed. Let me move to education. Madam Speaker, the President stated that we need a proper and a quiet education. Tell me from the left, if there's no, if there's any MP who will tell me that there are no teachers.
The honorable member who is debating, don't involve the members into your debate. Order, honorable members on my left. Order, honorable members on my left. The honorable member who is debating, don't involve your friends, or don't involve other honorable members into your debate. And when you are debating, just direct the debate to me, not to the members. You may continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will say, on education, all these members who are here, let anyone stand and say there's a school where there are no teachers. At the time when we took over our government, the teacher-people ratio was very, very high. For today, actually, every school has got enough teachers. Yes, Madam Speaker, go anywhere. Go to Narikwanda.
Honorable member, just to continue with your debate. Don't listen to the running commentaries. Just continue with your debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If you go to Narikwanda now, I'm a very happy member of parliament, because all my schools have got teachers. In addition, Madam Speaker, there's an instruction from government that by the end of this year, no child shall sit on the floor. Meaning the decentralization is working. Money which has been budgeted through CDF, as soon as you start receiving it, members of parliament are supposed to start procurement of desks for their schools, so that our children who have been sitting on the floor from I don't know when can sit properly, so that they start very well. That's what quality education is. How can a pupil who is coming from home for the first time go and sit on the floor and concentrate on what the teacher will say? It's impossible, Madam Speaker. So for now, we are saying there is quite education. The same decentralization, CDF, we are allowed to see where infrastructure is not enough in our schools. Clinics are not enough in our constituencies. We are supposed to construct classrooms for our pupils. Because currently, because of the free education, if you go to any school, the classes are overflowing. We removed the user fees. So there are a lot of pupils. So as a result, now there's need to build more classrooms. That's what quality education is. From that, Madam Speaker, I can say this government has put education at a high level, because education is the equalizer. Madam Speaker, let me bore you, let me bore you more, because I think what I've said is enough. Thank you very much.
Honorable member, you are not boring me. You are debating. The Honorable Member Fonkana.
Madam Speaker, I wish to thank you for giving me an opportunity to make comments on the speech that was delivered to this August House on the progress that has been made in the application of national values and principles. I want to confine myself, Madam Speaker, to three issues, namely sustainable development, good governance, as well as patriotism. Let me start with sustainable development, Madam Speaker. It is not a secret, Madam Speaker, that the new Dawn government has made strides in ensuring that resources are equitably shared to all communities in as far as ensuring that developmental deficiencies are attended to. The enhanced CDF allocation is an attempt, Madam Speaker, to ensure that power is given to the people to decide their developmental destiny. Now, here comes the challenge, Madam Speaker, which I would like to bring to this August House. How many times, Madam Speaker, have we lamented over the glitches surrounding the effective implementation of CDF? We expect somebody placed with the responsibility to attend to these gray areas to be active. Alas, Madam Speaker, we hear the opposite being considered. Today, Madam Speaker, our colleagues from your right are considering to bring a motion, or rather an amendment bill into this August House to amend the CDF Act. What do we hear? They want to bring DCs into the picture. Madam Speaker, if you ask all the members seated on your right, they don't agree, because DCs are problematic. DCs are disturbing development in our constituencies. But when you bring them into the CDF Act, Madam Speaker, you, instead of attending to problems that have been identified in the implementation of CDF, you want to create more problems. Can you stop that?
The Honorable Member Fonkana, we haven't yet seen that amendment bill, so it's very difficult even for people to comment, and you are even bringing in the issue of the DCs. It is advisable that you wait for that bill so that you have an informed, or you are going to have correct information to talk about the DCs and other people and issues involved in the amendment bill. You may continue.
Madam Speaker, people ought to do the right thing. When we complain over certain things that are not happening, we give opportunity for the people in charge to do the right thing. What we are saying here, the reality on the ground is that CDF is a good strategy to take development to the people. We should confine ourselves to addressing issues that have impeded the effective implementation of CDF, as opposed to trying things that are going to even make it much more difficult to implement CDF. Let me move to the other issue, good governance, Madam Speaker. I want to comment on corruption. Corruption, Madam Speaker, is a cancer that has deprived our people of the needed resources to attend to their challenges. And every well-meaning Zambian must support the crusade against corruption. And I want to agree with the President that corruption must be fought, both acts that were done in the past, corrupt activities being done now and in future. Here is where I have a problem, Madam Speaker. We have unfortunately been entertained to pettiness and alarmists or alarming statements. Madam Speaker, people build names over time. They spend money, they spend time to build names. Before you allege that Bino is corrupt, you must substantiate, you must have enough evidence. Because when you align me in the media that I'm alleged to have committed crime, you would have destroyed a name that you never help to rebuild. My appeal is that there must not be sensationalization in the issues of corruption. Some of the petty pursuits we are seeing in the name of corruption do not even make sense. There's a certain gentleman who has served this country for years. You cannot tell me, ladies and gentlemen, that it is a fallacy or it's an aid-off for somebody to build flats, somebody who has served this country for years. It is not strange for a former head of state to have property. Neither is it strange for relatives of a head of state to have to build properties. Let us concentrate on issues. Madam Speaker, you are aware there are revelations that have been made by your committee back here. Real issues that required investigation. The rock reef. We have never heard anything about it. The fertilizer, the cooked fertilizer that was supplied to Southern Province, we have never heard anything. The scandal that would have happened in the Ministry of Health, we have never heard of anything about it. Those are the issues, Madam Speaker, that the anti-corruption must be confining to, not pettiness. In this country, anyone who is building must be alleged to have been involved in corruption. It's an head-off. Can you stop that?
Meaning
Let
what,
us be
Honorable
serious.
Member?
They must stop pettiness in the issue of corruption fight. We want seriousness. That is why I've been on record saying corruption is a cancer that all of us must join hands to fight, not pettiness, Madam Speaker. Let me finally talk about patriotism. Madam Speaker, patriotism simply entails dying a little for your country. And I want to agree with the President's call that each one of us is called to be patriotic to Zambia. Patriotism, in my thinking, requires that all of us, elected or appointed or employed, must do their very best in executing the mandates given to us. Madam Speaker, even if Jesus Christ became President of Zambia, he still needs a team. The President needs a team.
Honorable Member, please.
Madam
Let's
Speaker,
avoid the issues of the Bible, please.
The President needs a team to help him execute his mandate. He needs people that are dedicated. That is what patriotism means. Some of the problems we are observing, the failures in CDF, is because of people that are not patriotic. You don't expect the President to go around attending to issues of failures of the CDF. There are people who are mandated to do that. Madam Speaker, we've been advised to be seeking audience with some of the ministers over the issues we have. We have tried. Alas, Madam Speaker, we've come back without anything because they are not interested in helping resolve these issues. That is why, Madam Speaker, I am saying, I feel sorry that the President seems to be singing from one hymn book, whereas his lieutenants seem to be singing from a different hymn book. The man needs to be supported. Ababe Keriok needs to be serious to help the President.
Order, Honorable Member.
What I mean, Madam Speaker, is the people seated on your right needs to be serious in helping the President execute the mandate. I personally think that he is very committed, but he doesn't have a team, or otherwise, the people he has appointed, some of them do not know what they are doing, or they are inexperienced or inefficient in handling their assignments given to them.
Honorable
Madam
Members, now, hold on, Honorable Member. Let's avoid using that tone, which is a bit provoking, and we are not supposed to debate ourselves in that manner. If we can, please, can we order, Honorable Member? Order, Honorable Member. Sit down, Honorable Member. I'm trying to guide you, Honorable Member, but you are busy engaging other members of Parliament. I wonder whether you are getting my guide. Please, let's follow the rules. Like I indicated, we use English in here. If you use another language, you have to translate it straight away. Let's avoid debating ourselves. And let's not use the tone that is a bit provoking. You may continue.
Madam Speaker, the President came to report on the progress made on the application of principles and values. And I personally think that we all have a duty to support the President in attending, or rather attaining, or rather gaining score or scoring on the issues of principles and values. My call to all of us is that we have a role to play. We have a duty to be patriotic to our country in responding, or rather in doing exactly what it is that we are mandated to do. Some of these issues we are having, the complaints we are receiving or we are having in our communities, could not have been if we had a committed people that would want to help this country progress. Madam Speaker, I wish to thank you.
Thank you, the Honorable Member for Mwinilunga.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity you have given the people of Mwinilunga to add a voice to the President's speech on the progress that has been made in the application of national values and principles. Madam Speaker, it is gratifying to note that the President reported to this House that the government has intensified the implementation of the national alcohol policy in our quest to address alcohol and substance abuse. And figures were given in 2022, 523,973 were sensitized, and in 2021, 217,234 in 2021 were sensitized. And rehabilitation services were offered in 2022, 1,212, and in 2021, 810. I think this is no mean achievement. This is progress indeed that has been made by government. And I think it's important to refer to the past so that we know where we are going. Madam Speaker, on page 8, the President has implored Zambians, especially those that are involved in gainful activities, to pay taxes. Madam Speaker, a country's total income is related to the commitment of her citizens, those that are in gainful activities. I think it's important for all of us to be morally and ethically correct as far as paying taxes is concerned, because by doing so, we are promoting social justice. And I think the point the President came to make here cannot be overemphasized. Madam Speaker, page 9, the President talked about stamping cadreism. Indeed, this has been done. I think it has been noted by all Zambians that the New Dawn government's first act was to ensure that cadreism that was perpetrated by PF is stamped out. No more cadreism godfathers. This country will not allow that. We, the people of Zambia, would never, ever associate ourselves with godfathers of cadreism. We don't want to have parallel governments, one that is voted by the people and one that is created or installed by a ruling party to perpetuate their stay in government. That we don't want. We want a government of the people, by the people themselves. So no cadreism. If you promoted cadreism when you were ruling, we will never give you a chance to rule this country again. This government is a responsible government. It's going to repeal and replace the Public Order Act. This piece of legislation has not helped this country.
especially in terms of growing a democracy that we want, that we cherish. And therefore, it's good for this government to repeal and replace the Public Order Act. The PF thrived on the Public Order Act, but it didn't help them to win the 2021 elections. So it is a useless act. It's moribund. It must be replaced. Yeah, where? Madam Speaker, I move on to Constituency Development Fund. I think if there is anything that has happened for me that is better than all the things that we have done, I think is answering the call of the people. The people in 1986, through the Manakatwe Constitutional Review Commission, petitioned this commission to allow for decentralization through devolution, which President Mwanawasa put a policy in place. And I think now it has come to fruition. The most important thing for me, it's not just the figure 28.3 million that you are saying. I think there is something more behind the figure. There is something more behind the figure 28.3 million. It is the respect that this government has for the people of Zambia. This government has replaced the responsibility on the people of Zambia to be responsible for their own development. And I think that is what the people of Zambia have been wanting all these years. So there is no part of Zambia that will say we've been left out. The PF were saying we are developing this country without leaving anyone behind. You left us behind. In fact, you even left yourselves behind. That's why you are complaining of roads, you are complaining of bridges. There was no development even in the areas which you purported to support. So, Madam Speaker, this is a very good act on the part of the New Dawn government, because this is good governance, because there is participation of everyone in the development of our country. Let me refer to my colleague who talked about the amendment to CDF that is coming. I think we should all, especially members of parliament from the opposition, you are frustrating CDF. And if you frustrate CDF, you are frustrating CDF, some of you. Yes, some of you are. Some of you are.
Order,
yes.
order.
Some of you are. CDF, some of you are even saying.
Order, the honorable member on the floor. Order, honorable members. The honorable member who is on the floor has said something. I don't know whether all the members from the opposition are frustrating the CDF. Especially that we've been hearing of members like Kanchivia and other constituencies that are doing fine. I really don't know whether all the members are frustrating. Order, honorable members. The honorable member who is on the floor, please be very specific and be correct with whatever you are saying, so that the people who are listening, they get the correct information. You may continue, the honorable member.
Madam Speaker, I said some. Even the President said it here. The President said about 30 constituencies are not doing very well. That's what the President said. I have been on TV myself and have received calls from constituencies.
Order, honorable members. It's now clear that the honorable member on the floor said some. He didn't say all the honorable members. We have to make progress. I didn't permit you to speak, honorable member from Pika. I didn't permit you to speak. Can we have order? The honorable members on my right, let's not debate while seated. There's only one person who has been given the floor to debate. So whoever is debating while seated, they are all out of order. And can we refrain from that? The honorable member from Winirunga, may you please continue. You have the floor. Oh. Thank you. We move on. The honorable member for Chasefu.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving the special people of Chasefu to add a word or to speak to the speech delivered by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Zambia on the progress made on the national values and principles. Madam Speaker, I'll start by this word that society does not sleep. Society does not sleep. Everyone is watching what is happening in this parliament. Our conduct, the community is watching. A very important motion of looking at what the president delivered to this house should be taken seriously. And I stand to do the same. I'll tease out, among us 6, I'll tease out about 2 or 3 that I'll speak to. And one of them that is so dear to my heart, morality and ethics, human dignity, equity, social justice, equity, and non-discrimination. Madam Speaker, on this one, I'll speak to the way this country has been progressing in terms of redistribution of resources to this community, this country. I'll speak about the CDF. CDF is a game changer, not for all of us who are seated here, but for our people there. And it is this which we should take advantage. And how do we enhance and ensure that we move in tandem with the thinking of the president? He is a leader who wants to see that every Zambian benefits from the resources of this nation. I was pleased when I was seated here listening to the president, delivering a speech that motivated every Zambian. We have to do justice to this nation by ensuring that we enhance the administration of the CDF. Madam Speaker, the other thing that I want to talk about, Madam Speaker, is morality and ethics. Is our conduct speaking to the morals and moral uprightness of this society of Zambia? As politicians, Madam Speaker, I want to state that the danger to this society, to this country, are us politicians here. And we are here. We are in danger because we have taken politics as an occupation, not as a service to the people. So we don't even account for ourselves what we do. As long as we think that we have resources, we are going to come back. But are we serving the people out there? Madam Speaker, allow me to go ahead and speak to this. So dear to my heart is the issue of corruption. Madam Speaker, the president came here and stated that there will be no sacred cows. I get moved and I get excited. What I want is our convictions.
Madam Speaker, I'll be the first person to demonstrate here. If one of us here, previously and current, are jailed, Madam Speaker, we cannot continue hiding under the veil of a politician because we are politicians. When you are questioned, you start shivering. You go to social media. I've been caught. If you have been caught, does it mean you're convicted? Go and show yourself. And we must have a beginning, Madam Speaker. Right now, the Lundazi Chama Road is not done. Chasefu boarding, Chasefu constituency has no boarding school because of corruption. Corruption takes away from the poor. It takes to the few of us who are in these privileged positions. We should not continue. So I'm appealing to every Zambian. When the president says, those who transgressed previously and those who are doing it now should answer, I'm one of the supporters of the president. Let the president start. And he said that within 90 days, there should be convictions. The economic and crimes court should be operationalized so that we see those. Let us go and parade, clean ourselves. If we didn't do anything, it will be said, why do we want to hide under this veil of we are politicians? It is political persecutions. Just as my colleague said, there are people who are innocent, who are being called for corruption. No one is speaking for them. But when it comes to us who are politicians, we want to cry. Let us go and answer ourselves. Even those who are, if we don't do that, Madam Speaker, we shall deter those who are committing now. We have to go and account. And I want to appeal this word to the President. Mr. President, if they are here, come and pick them. We should go and clear ourselves one by one, so that the money spared from corruption can do the Rundazi Chama Road. So that the money spent on corruption can buy cheap fertilizer. This corruption has become endemic in this country. Even in our distribution of fertilizer, instead of the poor person getting the fertilizer, it is going to a few privileged people. The people who are intended to get this fertilizer, they're not getting them. SCC and DEC should come to our constituencies and districts so that we streamline these. The Zambia should benefit. So the president motivates me. I like him. We should support him, all of us, so that he can bring sanity to this country. This what? Sanitizer. It should be used to sanitize those who are here, so that we clean this country and develop this country. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Allow me to call the only lady on the list, the Honorable Member for Lundazi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the good people of Lundazi to add to the progress made, to the speech made by the President on the progress made on the application of values in our country. Madam Speaker, firstly, I must state that I'm a woman. To come to the House, it was not easy for me. If there are no laws and there is no gender eye, there will be no progress made in the values. I want to ask the dear President, when he comes next time, to give a report that the Gender Commission and our Ministry of Gender has been brought back. We are not going to survive as women as long as there is no law to protect us and there is no ministry that is there to represent us. On that one, I feel it was a loss. We didn't make any progress in the issues of gender equality and equity. Madam Speaker, I submit. Madam Speaker, I want to talk about the issue of morality and ethics. Whilst my brother was perpetuating the issue of corruption, the people who are immoral are in here. The people who are immoral are the people who are abusing our children. People who are immoral are the people who are ensuring that they rape our girls. The people who are immoral are the people who are ensuring that they are sodomizing our boy children. When we look at the progress made in this speech by the President, sensitization is not enough. We understand the law has been passed, the Child Code Bill. However, we have an issue with implementation. It is easy to make laws. For us lawmakers, we have done quite a lot. Even the Child Code Bill, we have passed it. We have a challenge with the implementers and the people who are monitoring those who are doing the implementation. Madam Speaker, it is painful to see a boy child being sodomized, an elderly man, 83 years old, being gang raped, and you find that our girl children, they are suffering. There are two ways in which rape does harm to an individual. The first one can be the physical one, which the doctors can go and heal, and they can take you, they can suture, or whatever it is, they can do it. However, there is the aspect of a mental challenge which our children go with. Our children are moving with wounds. Our children are crying all the time. I want to make an appeal as a member of parliament, a female member of parliament, to say woo to those who take our children for a ride. Woo to those teachers who take our children and rape them. Woo to our doctors or nurses, those who may even not report a child who has been raped. Our closed society, Madam Speaker, is an issue that we need to continuously speak to. This issue of protecting our marriages, and yet our children are being raped in our homes, and this issue of protecting big names just because they have a position, they rape your children in your home, you are not reporting it. That is why the statistics are very few. Madam Speaker, as a mother and grandmother, I would want to ensure that Chatoa has a safe place. I would want to ensure that Yamikani has a safe place to live. However, Zambia is getting worse. Madam Speaker, I want to, yes, the statistics are there, 10,342 reported cases of girls who have been raped. That is the data which is prevailing at the moment. And yet, those are reported. What about those which have not been reported in Lundazi, in my constituency? Madam Speaker, the President talked about the issue of unity. He talked about us working together. Madam Speaker, what is obtaining to some of us in our constituencies is terrible and it is bad. Where a minister can come here with an incubator, arrives in Lundazi, he hears that the cooperative which is supposed to benefit is a PF cooperative, and he turns back. After using, where is your morality? You use taxpayers' money, you arrive in Lundazi, you fail to deliver an incubator just because that you have heard that the cooperative which is about to benefit has PF members. Where is the morality? The President was here to talk about us being a united force. How are we going to unite? If today we are saying this one is PF, this one is PF, there's cause that you had, some of us were not even in the party at that time. So who are you trying to fight with? This issue of one Zambia and one nation should really come to reality. Madam Speaker, it is painful that we are only going to depend on boreholes which are being done by donors. You go to the ministry where you are supposed to get your boreholes which have been allocated, and the minister has come on the floor of the House and even announced that Lundazi is supposed to get 54 boreholes. Then you go to his office, he only gives you those which the donors are supposed to give you. Are we going to live on donor-funded things only? Where is the morality? Madam Speaker, where is the morality? The president talked about us working together. It is important that we should really be the first ones to show how to work together. Madam Speaker, I'm not going to sing praises and worship here just to get my vehicle for CDF. I'm not going to do that. I was fully elected member of parliament for Lundazi constituency, and I deserve to get my vehicle for CDF. You are not going to parade those men who are wiggling their tails towards the minister. No, Madam Speaker, I make a demand of Lundazi deserve to get their
Honorable
vehicle.
member on the floor. Point of order. Point of order. The honorable member for Lundazi, there is something that you said, you mentioned about the tails. Is it possible you can withdraw that? There is no human being with a tail.
Yes, Madam Speaker, for the sake of the respect I seriously have for you, I withdraw. However, I would want to tell these men with their mustache and their bald head, they go before the minister and they are the ones who are getting the vehicles first.
The honorable member for Lundazi. The honorable member for Lundazi. The leader of opposition. Order, honorable members. The honorable member for Lundazi. We are all MPs in this house. We should show that respect for all the members in this house. You are honorable members of parliament, and if you don't respect yourselves in this house, how will the people out there respect the honorable members of parliament? It's very important that please let's respect all the members in this house. We move on. The honorable member for Katuba. Did she finish? She had some seconds? Okay.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to give few comments on the speech that the President presented on the progress concerning the values and the national values, morality, ethics, and all those. Madam Speaker, I just want to lay few background things as I speak.
Order, honorable member. As the time is 12:55 hours, I interrupt the proceedings and debate stands adjourned. Day for resumption of debate.
Tuesday, Madam Speaker.
Debate to resume next week on Tuesday. The House. Is now adjourned.
on now to look at business that has been considered on the floor of the House. We did see our Honour the Vice President indicate business that will be considered